Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of the 74th annual Junior Breeding Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. My name is Wayne Rohde, and I have my co-host that'll be joining us shortly, Landon Rohde, helping me, and we'll give you some play-by-plays today. This morning we're starting with the spots. This is our first class. We have 30 head in this class, and the birth dates range from August the 11th through September the 8th. And our lead judge this morning is Will Hilty, and he is our lead judge. Our secondary judge for this show is Joe Grinstead. These guys did an outstanding job, we thought, yesterday in their evaluation of the first day of the Breeding Gilt Show, and looks like we're off to a good start again this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, Wayne. It looks like there's 3 pinned back thus far, and there's 2 in the big pen. And for those of you who are tuning in for the first time and weren't here yesterday with us, the way this thing works, they go through the lead judge, Will, first, and if he points straight ahead, that means he wants to pin it back for a potential spot at the top 10 placings. If he points to what you guys see is the right side, he'll send it on to Joe, our secondary judge, and Joe will make the determination if that animal needs to go back to its pen or go out in the big arena for them to have a secondary look together for a potential spot at the top 10 placings. If you go into the big pen, it does not mean that you're done showing yet. You have an opportunity to potentially get in the top 10 placings, and we saw it in several classes yesterday. There was a couple that may not have gotten a fair shake or look in the smaller pens because they are small, and if you don't have that animal set up right, they may not get a good fair evaluation. So in the big pen, you got a really good chance to really let that animal shine out there, that gilt shine. So don't give up out there because it definitely paid off for several individuals yesterday. Consistently, these guys have pinned about 12 to 14 back, depending on class depth. We've even seen up to 16 in one class be pinned. But historically, these guys have pinned back about 12 to 14, and they place 10 of the individuals. Once they get to that point, we'll kind of fill you guys in on kind of what they do from there, if they keep the same pattern they did yesterday. But like Wayne said, these guys work very well together. They communicate together. They have this ideal type of animal they're looking for that checks off all the boxes they're looking for, and that's the pattern they've kept. And I think once we get to the grand drive later today, you're going to see a lot of similarities between the breeds and the makeup, the structure, the mobility, the muscle composition. All those things are going to factor in the very end, and it'll be very cool to see that at the very end today. Once again, we want to welcome you to the day 2 of the Purebred Gilt Show here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We want to thank Taylor Fort Podcasting for putting this on and allowing us who are not here today to be able to watch it from our comfort of our home, work, or in the car. So welcome to it today, and I hope you guys enjoy the ride with us. So looking in the pen here, it looks like he already has about 13 pinned or 11 pinned. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 pins so far for a chance at 10 placing. The judges are out in the big arena right now looking at these spot gilts out here to see if there's anything else they want to add to potentially compete against the 13 he's already pulled back, or they've already pulled back. They're good to go, they say, so they're going to excuse these individuals from the ring. We want to give them a round of applause for coming out here and showing their tails off out here as they make their way back to the pen, and we get ready to judge the 13 that are pinned for the top 10 spots in Class 1 of the Purebred Spot Show. So those of you who've been watching or who have just joined us, they have the top 13 in the class that they pinned back. And what they're going to do here, they're going to take them out individually one by one, take a look at them. And what they did yesterday was if they really liked 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, they'll go ahead and send them back to the pen. And those will be in the top end, just like they just did here with the young lady in the yellow. She is going back to the pen to be in the top end of the class. They will pin between 4 and 6 sometimes even more, up to 8 in their top end, and they'll reevaluate those animals and then place from 10th down to whatever they pinned, and then reevaluate that top end. So it looks like they have 1 pin back so far, and they have 6 or 7 out there in the ring, and still have about 6 or 7 more to go through. They just pinned the young man in the vest over here, and just pinned another young lady who is in a gray-looking vest, and she went out of the gate and right back in the pen, and so did the young lady in the yellow here as well. Usually when they do that, they really like the animal, and they got the look.
You know what was impressive to me yesterday, and I'm seeing it again so far this morning, is based on you didn't have to be the biggest one in your class whatsoever. They took all things in consideration and tried to put the very best quality, most combination breeding gilts together. And so if you were a little smaller in class, it really didn't matter. If you had a really good one, and it's what they were looking for, it was at the top end.
And looks like right now they have 6 pin back for their top end. They are now out here placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place in the class. And sometimes they'll go from 10 down or go from, whatever they have pinned up to 10 again in their bottom end here. But looks like they're placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and then 10th. And it'll leave a couple standing, but it's always good to have the opportunity to at least show for the top 10. That says a lot about the class as it is. Making it, there being 30 in the class, to be in the top end of the class is something to be said in this very, very competitive purebred gilt show here.
Yeah, it's amazing to me, thinking throughout the years, how much improvement has occurred in this junior gilt show from where it started and where it is today. It's just the depth of quality is just so much deeper, and the quality is so consistent in each and every class these days.
And I was thinking about this last night, Wayne. You look at the trends on a breeding gilt here. I feel like the trends in a breeding gilt, they've only gotten better, but they've kind of stayed consistent over the years in a rootiness, depth of body, kind of a maternal look to them. Maybe the muscle composition and some of the things have changed, but the overall depth of body, and you want them to look like a mama out there. You don't want them to look like some lean, mean machine out there. Versus like the Barrow Show, where we've had all different kinds of trends over the past 10 years alone in the transition of what we're looking for in an animal. But on the gilt side, I feel like it stayed consistent and only improved as the years have gone on.
Absolutely. Structure is so important because they can make you or break you or in an operation. As you see these three individuals that they've pulled out so far, you can kind of see, again, a pattern as we saw yesterday with just some good mobility, good stride, good length of body, and still just good balance. Young lady in the yellow just got pinned right away back.
So talking about like what Wayne just said on the young lady and got put back here, if they have 6 or more that they pull back for their top end, they'll usually go reevaluate them and pin their top 3 or 4 back again and then place the other ones out there. So say there's 6 in this class, you might see him pin 2 or 3 and then place 4, 5, and 6 potentially. He just pinned back a young man right here, so he's got 2. I would anticipate he's going to maybe pin 1 more back potentially, or just leave these 2, place a few, and then let them stand. So, okay, so he's pinning 1 more back here. So I have a feeling those are going to be in his top 3 potentially, and he's going to probably place these last 3. And maybe the 4th place one or potential 4th place one, he might start letting these back out again. It could go either way at that point.
Well, what I like about these judges is they're giving each and every a young person an opportunity to a fair shot, and at the same time not just wear out these animals and stuff. And they by taking these additional sorts, it takes a little bit more time, but it really gets a great set of animals placed in the pattern that they want to start with and end with.
Well, it looks like he went ahead and placed 6th, 5, and 4th here. 4th being the young lady in the gray vest here. So he's pretty confident in the top 3 that he's pulled back here, that these other 3 don't line up as tightly as these 3 do. So it seems like he has 2 sets. He's got a 4th, 5th, and 6th that are all similar in kind in comparison to checking off the boxes in well, no. Let's see here. I don't know if they're pinning her back or if she's still in the hunt here. Oh, they're just switching pins. I apologize. So, yeah, it is just the top 3 then here is kind of what they're looking at here. And I guess all 3 of these shake up and check off all the boxes that they're looking for the top end here. While we're evaluating this class, just want to let y'all know they have class 47 back here behind us. After they finish evaluating this class and talking reasons on this class, they will move back behind us here and start doing the initial sort of class 47. We are on class 46 of these spot gilts, and they just placed them. Let's hear from Will and what he has to say about the animals.
Well, good morning, and great to be back with you. Can't think of a better way to start our morning than the young lady with the national anthem, a little AC/DC, and then a class of spotted gilts like this. I think very, very good way to start today. The young man's gilt that wins the class just balances and proportions so well, gives you an elite look from the side view profile. Her comfort level up front, her comfort level behind is just second to none. Her angles and joints are good. You get on top of her, she's fresh, she's shapely. handily. That one just does so many things well to go ahead and win and do so pretty handily. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second here. You could make an argument for her that maybe she's got a little more bulk, spread, and dimension, but that's the only place that she has the advantage. She's a little crestier at the top of her neck. When she drives right at us, she's so bold in her chest that she almost wants to push her elbow pocket outside of her body, and she just not as comfortable, but man, she is dense, stout, bulky, and proportional. Good gilt to go ahead and be in two. Young lady's gilt that comes three here. Another one that I like in terms of just her body shape and her bulk up high. She wants to get a little crestier up front, and of the initial trio of gilts, she needs to be the frailest in terms of bone work and foot size. Need to stouten that one and change her right there at the top of her neck. Young man's gilt that's going to go ahead and come out next, just a basic, fundamental, solid spotted gilt. Her skeleton's good. She's got good bone. Maybe just doesn't give you that elite look and presence up front, and then gets a little plainer in terms of her shape and muscle up high. But man, her skeleton's good. That's what allows this gilt to go ahead and get into the top end of this particular drive. One that comes next, I like her body shape and muscle. She's one that wants to get a little frailer, wants to get a little further forward in her shoulder, a little crestier right there at the top of her neck. Work through the rest of these. Still some high quality gilts. Just need to tweak them in an area or two to work them any higher within a competitive class. Great way to start today. My compliments to the young people.
Yes.
Well, there we have it with our first class of spots this morning. Really thought that first place there was really a balance, very shapely, and if you were able to see that closely, they're picking these gilts that are really extended through their front end, got that cool profile look to them, but very correct, very mobile. In their overall balance, and so they've held that true yesterday, and they're starting the day out the same way, and that's what I look for in a judge. I just want to judge, no matter if you like exactly what he likes, that he's consistent in what they do, and these guys have done that yesterday, and I'm already seeing it again here in the first class. So I think we're going to have a great day of being able to follow. And the other thing about it too is when they talk their reasons, the reasons match the animal, and that's what's so important too, because then they see the things you might not agree with some of the things, but they saw that, but they placed it for that reason, and so those things are important. As far as our next class, we have class 47 that they're starting again. We have 29 in that class. The birth dates range from August the 3rd through August the 10th. And I'll give you a little history about the spots here at San Antonio. The first year that they awarded a spot scholarship was in 1999, and of course that scholarship at that particular time was $6,000 as well, where some of the others started in 1996. This one was 3 years later. The first recipient of that scholarship was Courtney Abel. That is Todd Abel's daughter. So she was the first one to receive that scholarship. And then last year's recipient, which received $10,000, was Cole Raines. So there you have it on that.
No, that's not correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked at the pole in China. Sorry about that. Yeah, they're both black, So the actual spot was Sierra Lackey. So yeah, she received the $10,000. To tell you a little bit about the scholarships, as I said, the current scholarships for a breed here in the Gilt Show is $10,000. If they win Supreme Grand, you'll go in and win an additional $5,000 for a total of $15,000. Now they max out at $20,000, so they can come back again if they were lucky enough to win win the Supreme, they could come back and win an additional 5 if they won their breed. They wouldn't get the 10, but they'd get the 5 because they maxed out there. But we have several of them doing that. Some of the other things that they do that you can do is participate in some of the other events to max out that 20,000. So really give a lot of credit and to the hard work of the San Antonio Livestock Show. They give $85,000 in this junior gilt show and scholarships each year currently.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the last class, Class 46. I wanted to kind of let everybody know who was the recipients of those top 10. You'll see it at the bottom of your screen there, kind of flashing across who won, and I'll try not to butcher anybody's name here, so if I do apologize. But in 10th place in the last class, our first class of spot gilts, we had Kendall Hopper. In 9th place, it was awarded to Brooke Vaughn. 8th place went to Kaysen Cluffus. I apologize there. 7th place went to Brooklyn Guest. 6th place went to Megan Still. 5th place was awarded to Kaysen Card. 4th place went to Mason McShane. 3rd place went to Carly Sisienski. 2nd place went to Kenzie Short, and 1st place went to Grady Lowry. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in the last class. We have now moved on to class number 47 here, and there are 29 in this class, ranging from August 3rd to August 10th birth dates. Looks like they have 4 pinned back, and there's 3 out there in the big ring, fixing to be 4 in the big ring. 5 are now pinned in the holding pin here. Last class, he pinned 13 back for a chance at the top 10. Did not pull any from the big arena, but those individuals in the big arena have a chance to show to get pulled back if they do not have enough for the top 10, or if there's something they said, hey, this one's actually pretty good, let's pin it back and compare it to what we already have pinned. But like Wayne said earlier, you know, these guys do such a great job with these kids. Spend a little time talking to them. If they do not place, they sit there, they tell them kind of what they liked, maybe what they would change. And this gilt show is not a terminal show. You can take these animals on to another county show if your county show has not happened yet, or you can take them on to another major gilt show, because these are all going to be potential mothers, and we're looking at some of the potential mothers of the next grand champion of a county or major show that come through here. I know there's some that are in the crossbred show, but there are some that are raised good breed champions, boar studs. You know, there's a lot of different opportunities with these gilts that are. This is where it all starts right here before their mamas. So keep that in mind. If, say, you don't place as high, that doesn't mean you don't have a good breeding piece or that this animal is not going to get better as it goes down the road. But they may just not have been what the guys were looking for today. Very proud of all these individuals out here. There's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of showmanship, a lot of sportsmanship, and that's what you like to see in the show ring, because we're all doing this. We all have a common goal. We're all here to work together, because you never know down the road, that person in the pen next to you might be your best friend or somebody you work with down the road that's there to help you, and you help them back, and that's just good karma, good ethics. Be nice to everybody, because you never know when that might come back and benefit you down the road. I see a lot of that in these young people out here today and yesterday. Right now they've got 13 pinned already. There is 5 in the Dead Sea, or we call the Big Pen. Bill and Joe are now out here evaluating the Big Pen right now to see if there's anything they want to pull back. If not, they'll send these individuals back to the pen. But right now they're just kind of evaluating these 5 out here to see if there's anything they want to bring back to look at a potential top 10 placing. Like I said, they have actually 14. No, they've moved 15 in here. So after they get pinned or whatever, they go to the, I guess, the classification area, right, Wayne, before they get pinned? Or pinning?
Well, they go to the validation area.
Validation area, okay.
And what they do is they scan that tag to verify that that is the correct pig.
Awesome. So sometimes it takes a little while for these animals to get pinned, but it looks like we have a total of 16 pigs pinned back in this class. This class must be relatively deep here. These 16, not all 16 will place, only 10 will. But just to have the opportunity to show for the top 10 spots is pretty incredible. Looks like the guys have already pinned one back.
Yeah, the girl with the pink scarf here coming. Really a nice breeding gilt.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, man, she's very mobile. She's got lots of muscle, lots of depth of body, and just, girl, that girl's pig could really move out there. And they want them that way. They want them to strut out there a little bit. Never hurts. Once you get in these big 350-pounders out there, you know, they don't maybe move as quick as some of these young ones. He went ahead and pinned the lady in the red scarf over here pretty quickly after she went back in the pen. Looks like the guys have 5 pinned back for their top end so far. A lot of spots out here in this class. The pin 16 that says they saw a lot of different things that they liked about these girls here.
Absolutely, and I suspect then they'll probably, do another 2 sorts in addition.
Yeah, there's a potential. Well, 5, it'll be interesting to see what he does here. Looks like they're going to the placing side now, Wayne. Looks like he's got the buttons, so yeah, he's placing now. So he'll place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and excuse these individuals here. And, you know, when he pins 6, you know, usually you'll have 2 sorts on top of that. But it'll be interesting to see with 5 if he does that, and he very well could. What I saw yesterday in a class of 5, one class of 5, he did exactly what you said. And the other class, he had all 5 out, maybe pinned 2 back. And then once he got down to 3rd place or 4th place, he'd pull those other 2 back that he thought was at the top of the end to compare it to what he had left out there. Like I said, there's 5 that are pinned back for their top end of the class, and they are placing now 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place.
As he's placing this bottom portion of the class, I wanted to give you the boar sires of the first class we had, which was class 46. The first place one, the boar sire was No Words, and our second place was MR Beat Down. Again, the first place's boar sire was No Words, and the second place was MR Beatdown.
I think that's Mr. Beatdown.
Oh, there wasn't a space in between the M and R. Sorry about that, guys.
Now they've excused these other individuals out of the ring. They placed 6th through 10th. Now they have 5 left to place in their top 5 here. They pulled the first gilt out for their top 5 in class 47. There's a lot of flex on that one gilt that just came out.
Absolutely.
This one moves too very well. This young man is doing a good job showing this gilt. Yeah, he's already pinned it.
He's already pinned it back.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a very mobile gilt, and he did a good job keeping the head up and setting it up for the judges. I mean, that showmanship is such a big deal. You know, winning banners and buckles for a breed or grands, and that is awesome. But you got to put a good kid on the stick to really make that creature move. And you can definitely tell the ones who really work with their animals too. Young ladies is pinned back just now. That just came out. So he has 2 pinned back, and it'll be interesting to see what he does here. So that's kind of what I thought he was going to do. So he placed 5th and 4th. He's going to bring these other 2 out to compare to this one here. And that's how I would handle the class 2. If you have 6, you could do 3 and 3 or place 2 and have 4 left out there and let those 4 compete for it. But place your 5th and 4th if they don't match up with anything else you pin back, and say that 3rd place or potential 3rd place spot, like, hey, let's see what that 3rd place we think we'll put in 3rd compares to these other 2. Because they have not been in the same ring at the same time yet today until this point. So he placed her 3rd. So the one that was out there for potential 3rd that he didn't pin back, they left her sitting out here. So now she's in the top 2. The young lady in the striped blue and white shirt was 3rd. And the young lady in the light blue shirt and the young man out here are being evaluated for the top 2 spots in class 47 here. Young man was 2nd, and the young lady was 1st.
Look how she came back up all the way to the top.
Absolutely.
Well, I think a really good pair of these spotted gilts here on the top, and the young lady that drives our class winner with the darker colored gilt there, one that just balances and proportions so well, yet she's not frail. She's got more than adequate bone and just her angles, joints, flexibility, her added elevation. She looks a little more desirable maybe in terms of her maturity pattern and how big of a female she's going to be someday. Again, everything just fits and balances. And you know, when you're off to a distance, you know, Joe said it, you read that one as a bigger outline, pretty one. You get on top of her, she's got plenty, she's stout, and everything just fits so well. I know I've repeated myself, but that's the best way to describe that one. Just fits and balances so well. Young man's gilt that comes in second, no doubt, the stouter option. She's bolder in her chest. She's bigger armed. She's stouter about her jaw. She reads a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern. You study her length of cannon. She's never going to be a very big hog, and that's okay, but we preferred the black gilts, extra extension and look up front. But, man, this louder marked one, you sure got to appreciate her just in terms of stoutness and density. That's a gilt that does a lot of things very well. Gilt that comes next, very good just in terms of presence and look from the side view profile. She drives right at us. She almost wants to get outside of her body cavity. And then with the initial within the initial trio, she's the shallowest right through her heart, her forerib and center portion of her body. Get right in behind her. She almost wants to hawk in and get just a little bit uncoordinated in terms of her rear leg. But, man, you certainly like that one's added look, muscularity, and freshness. Young lady does an awesome job. One that comes next, another one that's presented very, very well in terms of just skin and hair and just the way she's got this gilt presented to come to the show. She's a little bit of a knucklehead, and it makes her a little harder to analyze. She never wants to get her head up and go, but when she does, we read her to be the straightest in her shoulder, and as a result, she wants to get a little more restricted in terms of the way she reaches up front. But again, commend that young lady on getting that one presented to the tee. Gilt that comes next is a stout, muscular gilt. She wants to get just too far outside of herself behind. Need to redesign and make that gilt more coordinated in terms of the way she hinges and goes, but a solid one to work into the top end here. Gilt that comes next gets a little too shallow in terms of her mid-rib and mid-body. Needs to be more coordinated behind. We work through the rest of these. There's some gilts that have muscle and shape, need to be stouter featured. Good class of those spotted gilts. Compliments to the young people.
So the judges have just completed and have started class 48 in the back behind us for the first sort. Those that have just tuned in, Will Hilty is the primary evaluator of this sort, and we've got Joe Grinstead as the secondary judge, giving a final look to them as they decide if they're going to keep them. We've got in this class, we've got 30 head in this class. The birth dates range from July the 26th to August the 2nd. Again, we got 30 head, birth dates July 26th through August the 2nd. Looks like we've got one penned so far, and so looks like we got it underway here for class 48. In that last class, you know, this is an example that we were talking about the additional, the extra sorts into it, because that young lady was kind of still out in the ring, wasn't pinned back, and you know, by the way they're working that and you know, putting them back for a third time, a couple of them, and kind of placing from the bottom up, it gives an opportunity for them to make sure that they have the one that they want at the top, and they have them lined up the way they want. And and again, we talked about this. It's a little extra time, but it really gives each kid a fair opportunity. And as much work as these kids put into it, it's a family a sport. Everybody's involved, and that's what keeps these families together. And that time with your kids are so short anyway, so this sport here allows you to utilize that special time with your kids, and they work so hard to get here, and by having that extra time for that evaluation means a lot to the kids, and it teaches them too a lot of responsibilities as well. Looks like we've got 4 pens so far. In the big arena, we've got four out there as well. So the four out here are the Gilts in the big ring, of course, will have a second chance to possibly get penned. And what's neat too about it is, with only having 10 placings, they can have. We've seen it where they've had 14, 15 in the pen, and they go out in the big ring and end up picking another 2 out of there. And that just shows the character of our judges and making sure that they put the top 10 that they're satisfied with together, and know that each of the kids have had a fair shot. So far, we've got 6 in the pen and 5 out in the big arena.
While we're evaluating Class 48 here, wanted to give a shout out to the top individuals from Class 47 here. And once again, I will do my best to pronounce some of these names. If I butcher it, I do apologize. In 10th place, we had Autumn Judemeyer. In 9th place, we had Taylor Colvin. In 8th place, we had Cody Gonzalez. 7th place went to Katie Lynn Feliski. 6th place was awarded to Briley Peoples. 5th place went to Olivia Longcrier. 4th place went to Piper Long. 3rd place went to Presley Park. 2nd place went to Brody Busby. And 1st place in Class 47 of the Spot Gilts went to Hudson, Hortzer.
Looks like we've got
Hudson Horitzer. I know the Horitzers from
yeah.
early FFA.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Great for them. Congratulations. Like we've got 8 so far, and looks like we've got 9 out in the big ring. So this is a few less than we've had them pin before. Looks like we've got 10 out here now. So these out here in the big ring will sure have got a good chance of getting pinned and get a second evaluation.
For those of you who are just now joining us, we're on class number 48 of the spot gilts. There were 30 in the class, and the date ranges of these gilts birth dates are from July 26th through August 2nd. Right now in San Antonio, pulling up the weather forecast, it's a little chilly this morning. It looks like we have a little sunshine out there peeking its way through. Right now it is currently 40 degrees here in San Antonio, and it's going to get up to 73 today. It's amazing how last week was icy and frigid, and now it's going to be in the 70s today. So it's going to be a jacket kind of morning and a shorts and t-shirt kind of afternoon. Just welcome to Texas weather. Those of you who live here understand how Texas can have all 4 seasons in one day or 1 week. Those of you who are not in Texas, I'm sure, especially up north, y'all are used to very cold right now, and I'm sure there's snow on the ground.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ringside, once again, let's put our hands together as we begin to let us go in.
Looks like he has 8 pinned here. 9.
I think they've got their 10 together. They had to go back through the scanner.
Oh, got you. So there's
they're excusing the ones out in the arena. So the other 2 that are missing, it just had to go through the tag scanner.
Got you. So that's a perfect example of being out in the big ring. You know, you're going to have a chance to show for a top 10 spot. And these 2 individuals, they've went and found 2 more that they needed and to complete their top 10. So congratulations to those 2 who made it in the top 10 that came out of the big arena for a secondary sword.
Now the judges are letting the first one out, and we'll see how they evaluate this one. They went ahead and pinned the young man with the black shirt back in. That hog really got out there in stride. You know, that's so important too, teaching these pigs. As Landon touched on, showmanship is so important, and also training the animal to get out of the gates. And I think it's important. We did do this. We did this at the home deal where we go in and start them with a smaller pen. He's pinned 2 now. The boy in the pink.
He did a good job presenting that animal too, and that's so important. Right out of the gate, you want to have that pig's head up and ready to rock and roll and moving by the time it gets out of the pen. That'll give the judges a fair shake at, oh wow, this creature's pretty interesting. If you have the head down and it's not walking, they may not get the looks that they want right away. So it might take them a while to get back to it if they didn't get a good look at it. While he's kind of going through these top individuals here, we'll tell you a little bit about the spot breed here. Today's spots are known for their feed efficiency, rate of gain, and carcass quality. In addition, commercial producers appreciate spotted females for their productivity, their docility, and their durability in the actual breed themselves. That comes from Pork Checkoff here. I just want to give you a little take on it for those of you who may not show or don't know a whole lot about pigs, because there's some family members who are probably watching some of their family out here right now. You can tell a spot is different from a lot of other breeds because it is black and white, has little spots on it. That's why they call it the spot breed. And it's got down ears versus erect. You can see the ears kind of fall over the eyes there. For those of you who do not know anything about pigs, which I know several people, and I explain to them all the time kind of what the differences are between the breeds. The thing that separates these guys is their down ears and their black and white spots here. Looks like they are placing, looks like 10 down here. So sometimes they'll go from top to bottom here and their bottom end of the class, and sometimes they'll go from 10 down. Looks like here they're going 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5, 4. He has 3 pinned back here, so I have a feeling he will place potentially 4th through 10th. He might leave 1 or 2 out there to bring and bring back the 3 he's already pinned potentially. But I think he's going to potentially place these out here. And it looks like I was correct. He placed 4th through 10th, and he's going to bring out his 3 that he pinned back for the top end to place 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in this class. 2 young gentlemen and 1 young lady in this class in the top end. Young man coming out in a black shirt right now. And the young man out there, first one pinned back in a pink shirt. And now they're bringing the young lady out here. And the young lady was first in the class. Young man was in the pink was 3rd, and the young man in the black shirt was 2nd. Here goes Will on his evaluation of the class.
Well, maybe just a little more challenging class to work through here, but still think we land on a really good one to go ahead and win. A gilt that's ultra bold in her chest. She's got a big arm. She's got a really good look ahead of her blade. She's fresh and shapely, maintains good comfort level out here, and I guess we just preferred her maturity pattern just a little better than the gilt that's going to go ahead and come in 2nd. The gilt that comes in 2nd, man, she's good in terms of her center rib and center body, but I guess for a gilt of this stage, this size, and maturity, our biggest fault with her, she gets a little quicker in her maturity pattern. She's a little lower set up front and just a little smaller statured. When you study her length of cannon, she's never going to be a very big hog, but man, you have to appreciate that one just in terms of that center body, that bulk, and that range of motion. Does a lot of things good. We just like to see her in a notch bigger kind of package. Gilty comes next, a big arm, stout featured gilt. She wants to get a little more upright in terms of her blade and front end, and then we need to lengthen her out of her hip and rump and just make her take a longer, more athletic step out of her rear too, but certainly admire that one's extra stoutness and feature. Gilt that comes next, a gilt that's really fresh in terms of her back shape and muscularity. She gets a little straighter off of both ends, a little tighter and more restricted. Another one we just need to hinge loose her off of either end of her skeleton before we can work her any higher. Gilt that comes next, an interesting kind of gilt just in terms of her look and presence. In terms of her look and presence, she's just got to be entirely softer through her forerib center body and just have more chub and flesh on her. But man, her design, her look, her build, her flexibility are all very good. Just need to bulk her up. We worked through the rest of these. A couple muscular gilts here that need to be better in terms of their feet and legs. Then a couple gilts that just need to balance better in terms of their overall design and build. Another nice class to work through. Congratulations to the young people.
That concludes class number 48 here. We're going to be moving on to class number 49. And in this class, class 49, they're doing the initial sort as we speak. They're going back there to go sort the animals. There are 31 gilts in this class. Ranges on birth dates from July 20th through July 25th. There's only 5 days difference between that, so they should be pretty uniform in size, I believe.
Okay, I've got the results of the boars from boar sires for the class before this one that they've just finished, which was class 47, which was our second class of spots. The first place's boar sire was Homano, Big Man, and then the second place's was a Zach 1, The Answer. And I'll have this class that just ended. We'll have the boar sire shortly on that.
And it looks like the Zach one, the answer was a Speak Up Son. Those of you just now tuning in, we are on class number 49 of the Spot Gilts. This is the fourth class of spots of the day. There is a total of 7 classes of Spot Gilts, and at the completion of the 7th class, which is class 52, they will judge for the overall breed champion, reserve breed champion, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Spot Gilt. Right now we're on class number 49. Again, there is 31 Gilts in this class. Date, age range is from July 20th through July 25th, so they should all be pretty uniform in size. Right now the guys are doing the initial sort of class 49, and what they'll do is if Will points straight ahead, that pig goes to the holding pen to be evaluated for a potential top 10 spot. If he points to Joe, if Will points to Joe, Joe will do a secondary sort. He's our associate Joe Grinstead, and he will either send them back to their pen or send them to the big arena to be evaluated once again by both judges together at the end of the sort for a potential spot in the top 10. So if you go to the big pen, you have a chance to show again to make a holding pen spot.
I've got the results now on the boars from the last class, which was class 48. First place's boar sire to that gilt was Times Change. And our second place in that class, the sire of that gilt, was TCG DW. Again, TCG DW.
All of you interested in the spots and their breeding, appreciate everybody downstairs for getting us all that, so we can let you guys know what the top 2 individuals, who their sires were. While we're sorting the class, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about our judges here. Appreciate them. Our lead judge today is Mr. Will Hilty. Will Hilty comes to us from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up and diversified in livestock farming, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He is the owner and operator of Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows with his wife, Callie, and their daughters, Kinley and Kenna. Will is judged at many major shows across the United States. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows, and he's definitely doing that right now. Our associate judge today is Mr. Joe Grinstead, and Joe comes to us from Lebanon, Indiana. He was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team, graduating from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural economics in 2013, and was a member of the 2012 Livestock Judging Team there. He is currently a swine production supervisor for Co-Alliance Cooperative Incorporated, managing wean-to-finish commercial pig spaces. He's had the opportunity to judge from coast to coast around the United States in several big shows, and happy to have him here today as the associate judge at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. and he enjoys competing competitively in the livestock world with his wife Callie and their 3 sons, Kipton, Kaysen, and Cannon. We want to welcome both those 2 guys here. What a tremendous job they've done so far. Yesterday was phenomenal, and today is turning out to be just as fun to watch them judge together. Currently in class number 49, it looks like they have, what, Wayne, 7 pen back?
7. We've got 7 in the pen.
And there are a total of 6 out in the big arena for potential secondary viewing by both judges together once they do their initial sort for a chance to get pinned. Now, last class was a little bit different than the first 2 classes. You know, the first 2 classes you had 13 to 16 pinned back in the initial sort, and the last class we only had 8, so they had to pull 2 from the big pen to complete out their 10 placings there. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this class, right, Wayne?
Absolutely. You know, and sometimes what happens with that is just that they see some pieces and maybe not the total package that they're looking for, and so that's why sometimes you see a little less in it. I'll never forget in the Burke show yesterday, it was class 39. It was as deep as I had ever seen in that breed. It was they kept like 16 of them, and 8 of them they went through 3 evaluations before they got down where they needed to be, and and you get classes like that at times, but as a judge you really get excited about that because you said, man, here's a good one, here's a good one, here's a good one, you know, and it just really excites you. Not that the other ones don't, it's just that when you see those complete packages as a breeder, you say, yeah, I wish I had these in my pen.
Well, it goes back to yesterday. I won't forget this class yesterday, and Wayne, you can attest to this class. Class 39 of the Burks yesterday, those top 10 in that class, I mean, they were both scratching their head because they were all so good. And he said any one of these 10 in this class could have won any other classes. It was just amazing how deep that class was, and they had fun, and it was fun watching them evaluate 10 wonderful hogs. And it's hard to put, you know, when you have 30 in a class, 40 in a class, to have 10 of them that you're just like, wow.
Well, and in that
good.
class there was 40, so it was even a big class and had that many good ones.
It showed you the champion and reserve champion came out of that class. And currently, for those of you tuning in, looks like the guys have finished their initial sort of class 49, and they're out here in the big ring looking to see if they want to pin any more back. Currently, they've got 10 pinned back, so that's enough to complete their 10 placings, but they're kind of looking to see if there's anything else out there that they might bring out or pin back for a chance to make the top 10. If you watch them out there, they're both talking together about each individual one as a team here. You know, we have one who's our lead judge, one our associate judge, and they both work together like they're both doing it as a single unit, and that's what you ask for in a team.
And you can tell they're having fun
doing
it.
They're laughing out there. They're having fun. Looks like they pulled one pig back, the young man in the blue shirt, and they are releasing everybody else back to their pens. So congratulations on all these young individuals getting a second shot.
We're ready to let out the first one, and here we go.
They have 11 pulled back to place 10. For those of you tuning in or wondering what they have here. Now they're letting out the second one.
Just pinned back the young lady here. She barely took about 4 steps out and got pinned back. We got a second one, a young lady there in the maroon vest.
Looks like they have 2 pinned back right now, actually 3 now.
3,
young man in the red shirt, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it didn't take long.
And this young man that just came out, he came out from the big arena for a secondary sort, and they're going to evaluate him with the rest of them to see if it'll make the top 10. Looks like, though, he's got his top 3 and his top end here, and he's going to start placing. Last class he placed 4th through 10th. Don't know if they're going to do the same thing here or maybe leave 1 or 2 back for a chance to compete for the top end. But looks like they've just placed 10th place.
Yeah, so he's going from the bottom up, and that's a wise way to give fairness there, because you can go in and make sure there's not something else you want to maybe put up in, to evaluate with the 3 he's got pinned.
Especially with that many out there too. I totally agree. If he had 3 or 4 out there, I get it. Go ahead and place them all, minus the ones you have back for your top end. But with this many out there, you can really narrow it down and say, okay, there's a couple really good ones still out here. Let's bring out these other ones. But it'll be interesting to see. He might place all these animals here.
Yeah, possibly.
Down to 3 left, so these placings would be your 6th, 5th, and 4th potentially.
Yeah, they've left that one out.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. That's good.
No, that just shows, and that shows the character of both of these judges, because they come in and they want to make sure they get everything to their satisfaction.
That happened in that one class. It might have been the previous class where the young lady was left standing and ended up winning the class. Guys are now judging for their top 4 individual in class 49 here. And he just now placed all 4.
Young lady in the long sleeve shirt there won the class.
A really good class and good pair here at the top end. They come in a little different kind of packages, but the young lady's gilt was the one we were going to start with from the get-go. I told Joe when that gilt got ready to come out, I said, I like this one real good, and she took about 3 steps out, and he said, yeah, me too. That gilt is good looking. She's fresh. She's shapely. She's got a big back. She's got a big rear when she leaves you. And I think the impressive thing about this particular female is for all the heat she's packing, she still stays so comfortable in terms of her range of motion and flexibility. You could tweak her ever so slightly right there at her ham loin, but that's a very, very good gilt to go ahead and win this class. Congratulations, young lady. The gilt in second, man, the front end and the presence and look of this one up front's unmatched. The way her neck ties into the top of her blade, her jawline, her throat latch are all so good. She's got a great big arm, a good body cavity, a really fresh back when you get on top of her. So when you get to the rear third of this gilt that she falls out for us. She needs to be longer hipped. And then more importantly, when you study her as she goes to the ground, her rear foot needs to be bigger. She needs to have more cushion and give at a rear pastern. But man, that one's look, presence, design is just unmatched, especially through that front 1/3. Good job, young man. You should be proud of that gilt. Gilt that comes out next is a gilt that offers a little more just muscle and shape than the gilt ahead of her. She's bigger chested. She's got a good fresh back, and she leaves you with some power. It's when you get to the side of this one that she gets beat for us. She gets a little crestier right there at the top of her neck. She gets a little forward in terms of her blade and front end. Then she just needs to stay more collected in terms of the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and rear leg. Gilt that comes next is one that, to be honest with you, the longer this gilt is out here, the more she kind of grew on us. When he kind of gets her in gear and gets her going there, man, her design, her build, her angle to her shoulder, the bend to her rear leg, and then just the way she uses her skeleton is also good. She just needs more bulk and mass everywhere. She needs more top. She needs more rib. She just needs to be beefed up from end to end to get any higher within this drive. Young lady that comes next is one that's very well presented in terms of her skin and hair. She's got a big, big fresh back. She's got bone and got structure. She just needs to stay more collected off of both ends of her skeleton. Wants to step outside of her body and just swivel as she goes directly away from you. But man, we admire that one's just bone feature and stoutness. Gilt that comes out next, a good rib, good bodied, muscular kind of gilt. She needs more flex and give off both ends of her skeleton. Needs to be square as she goes directly away from us. Work through the rest of these here. There's a couple good bodied ones that need more look. Then we round out with some that need some more bone and structure. Good class of spotted gilts. Compliments to the young people.
That concludes Class 49. We're now moving on to Class 50 of the spot gilts. We have two more classes after this one before we go for the overall spot gilt and reserve spot gilt, followed by third, fourth, and fifth overall spot gilt. Moving on to Class 50 for the initial first sort. There are 37 in this class, and the breeding date age ranges are from July 13th through July 19th.
From this last class, I've got the boar sires in. Our first place was sired by Humano Mr. October. Our second place was sired by BA17 No Words. And just kind of, if you haven't kept up with the notes on that, the second place in this last class and the first place in the first class are out of the same boar, so we got a kind of a pattern there.
And while we're talking about class number 49 here, we're going to go ahead and announce the top 10 individuals. And if you are just tuning in, I'll say them out loud here, but if you look on the bottom of your screen provided by Taylor Fort Podcasting, you're going to see them come across the bottom of the screen there. In 10th place, we have Nicholas Harrell. In 9th place, Kaylee Hatcher. In 8th place, we have James Steglet. Apologize if I mispronounced your name, Bubba. In 7th place, we have Jacqueline Schreck. In 6th place, we have Kinley Gardner. 5th place was awarded to Molly Waldrum. In 4th place, we had Levi Works. 3rd place went to Jesse Hartnett. And 2nd place, we had Riley Park. And in 1st place from Hill County 4-H, we had Sawyer Omby. Congratulations to all those top 10 individuals in class number 49 of our Spot Gilts. We are now sorting class 50 of the Spot Gilts today here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show of 2023. Our two judges today are sorry, my mic went off. Our two judges today are Will Hilty and Joe Grinstead. Will being the lead judge and Joe being the associate judge. Looks like we have two pinned back so far. One in the big arena for a secondary sort after the first initial sort by the two judges.
So in this class, we've got 37 head, and we've got birth date ranges from July the 13th to July 19th. Again, it's 37 head, July 13th through July 19th. Those of you that just joined us, we're on class number 50. We have 37 head in this class, ranging from July the 13th to July 19th. We got 5 in the pen so far, and 2 in the big arena. to kind of give, if you've just recently joined us, kind of give you a little background on this the Spot Scholarship Show. The first scholarship was issued in 1999. The recipient of that first scholarship was Courtney Ebel, and she received a $6,000 scholarship. The one that received it last year was Sierra Lackey, and she received that $10,000 scholarship. So it looks like after we complete Class 50, we have 2 more classes, and then we'll bring out the first and second places out, and we'll compete for that $10,000 scholarship. And they'll also go down, I believe, all the way to, they'll pick a champion, a reserve champion, and a 3rd through 5th overall as well.
Looks like we have 6 in the holding pen so far here in Class 50. There are 3 out in the big pen. They're still working back behind us here on the initial sort. 7 pen now. Usually they'll take between, 8 and up to, they pinned 8 in that one class and came back in the big pen and pulled 2 more. And the last class we had, Class 49, they had 10 pulled already, which rounded out their 10 placings, but they went in the big pen and pulled 1 more out of there, making it 11 to place 10. So that way they had an extra one out there to see how they all compared out. And theoretically, they usually, historically, have pinned about 12 to 14, depending on how deep the class is for the initial sort. And they placed 10 out of those. So if you're just joining us, right now they have 8 pinned right now for a total of 10 placings.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize and do a shout out to our volunteers here at the San Antonio Stock Show for the Gilt Show especially. It's really gone really smooth. A lot of these people, they take time off from their jobs. This is all volunteer. A lot of them take their vacation time and they come out and help, and that's their way of giving back. And I have to tell you, as we've seen it up here, it has gone very smooth from getting them into the pens to get them through the first sort, back into the pens out of the main arena. Everything has worked so well, and each of these volunteers have done an outstanding job of being courteous to the young people and make that extra effort to assist each and every one of these young people. Looks like we've got 8 in the pen at this time, and we've got 4 out, and it looks like they've finished their first sort, and they've gone into the big arena to see about if they're going to pen. They're going to pen some more, I would think.
They're going to pin at least 2 more to complete out their 10 placings. So 2 of these individuals have a chance to make the top 10 here. If you're just now joining us, we're judging Class 50 of the Spot Gilts. After we complete all the spot classes and find our overalls in the spots, hold on just a second. They're placing these last 2 in the big arena, back to their pins, and we're going to go on to placing the top 10 in Class 50. But once they finish all the spot classes and find their overalls, then we're going to move on to I believe, what, the Chester Whites after that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. For those of you who have some in the Chester Whites, we still have 2 more classes of spot gilts, followed by the overall selection of the breed, reserve breed, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall spot, excuse me. Keep saying Burke. Black and white pigs, but erect ears versus down ears.
Hey, you're just still hung up on that Burke show yesterday.
I'm telling you, man, that was cool. I mean, I'm a Duroc guy, but heck, that Burke show was fun, man. That was fun to watch. I'm hooked on that breed now. And they taste good, too. Oh, wait, I can't say that at a breeding show, can I? This is not a terminal show.
No. This is not a barrow show.
They're going to create some good pork chops, right?
Well, it's that you've already had your bacon this morning.
I was going to tell you, there's no such thing as too much bacon in the morning. Kind of like coffee. Looks like they've already pinned one back to the pin for their top end. So what they do, for those of you who've tuned in and wonder what these guys are doing right now, they're pulling them out one at a time, and if they really like the animal, they'll send it back to the holding pen to be in their top end of their selection. They've picked anywhere from 3 in their top end all the way to 8 at times. Last class we had 3 pulled back, and they started placing from 10 down after that. Right now they only have 1 pulled back, and there is 6 pigs out there right now. This class may not be quite as deep as some of the other ones you've seen. And some of the other spot classes, you had them pulling back right away. This one, they're kind of evaluating together, checking off all their boxes and what they're looking for in a spot gilt. And it looks like there's several of them out there that have a lot of the boxes checked, but maybe not all the ones they want to pull in their top end yet. Looks like the young lady in the pink checks all those boxes off. She's getting pinned up for the top end.
Well, we've got 2 total pinned back. They've pinned back another one, young man in the kind of a purplish type shirt, long sleeve.
And it's cool because, sitting up here, you can kind of tell the judge what they're going to do next. And now he looked at the gentleman in the Texas Tech pullover, grabbed his little buttons, and now he's placing from 10th down. He's got 3 pinned back. So what they've done in these cases, they usually go from 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, potentially leaving the 4th spot out there to compete against the top end of the 3 that he has pinned back for his top 3. Well, in this case, he's pinning 4th to 10th. Sometimes he goes 10th down to the top end, but in this case, looks like he has his 3 that he wants for his top, so he's like, okay, I'm going to take 4th and place the 10th here. This class, there's a lot of good spot gilts out here, but I think they're trying to find pieces in these 4th through 10th. And compared to other classes where you have all the boxes checked here for these guys, they're just placing them out here. Now they placed their 10 placings. They're going to now judge for their top 3 in Class 50 here. It's 2 young ladies and 1 young man. The young lady in the pink was the first one out of the gate, followed by the young lady in the red shirt. And the only one that's left still to be pulled out is the young man in the purple shirt. Two young ladies, they pinned them back pretty quickly. The young man in the purples, it took them a little longer to pin him back, but looks like those 2 young ladies are kind of what they're trying to evaluate where they're going to put those 2. Now they brought the young man out, and they're kind of looking at him in comparison to the other 2 young ladies out there. So the young man was third, the young lady in the pink was second, and the young lady in the red was your class winner of Class 50. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty and see what he has to say about the evaluation of this class.
A little more challenging class to piece together, but I think we find a really solid one to land on here. And the young lady's predominantly black gilt, just from a balance and build and freshness standpoint. She's got a good look up front. She's got a good back shape to her. You could tweak her rear leg just a shade in terms of the set to her hock and the cushion to her rear pastern, but she stays adequate for us out here in terms of range of motion. That's just the one that ties the most positives together. Young lady's gilt that comes next is a good rib, good body, good centered kind of gilt that's got a really good turn to her rib cage. She's got good shape and expression coming out of the back of her blade. She gets a little lower set up front. She gets a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and as a result, she just doesn't stay as collected and coordinated in terms of the way she hinges and goes out of her hip and rear leg. One that comes next is a stoutie in terms of just bone and structure and density. She has got a tremendous kind of rib cage in her in terms of the just roll and shape to it. She's just got a balance and proportion a notch better for us. Sure like to change the way she wants to wrinkle in her top line, but admire that one's just stoutness and feature. One that comes next, big muscled, big chested, and I mean huge top, huge ended. She's got to have a better look from shoulder blade forward. She needs to be longer about her hip and rump, and I guess in a breeding gilt setting, that one pushes the envelope for just how much muscle and mass they need to have in them. One that comes next, if we could change her just head and neck and front 1/3 of her body, that is a big, stout, flexible kind of rear leg. That gilt's just got to have a better look from shoulder blade forward. We work through the rest of these. Muscular one that needs to be stouter. Then we round out with some gilts that just need to balance a notch better to get up any higher. Good class. Congrats to the young people.
That concludes class number 50 of the Spot Gilt Show. Moving on to class number 51 of the Spot Gilts. Class number 51 has 35 gilts in the class. Age range is from July 8th through July 12th. After class 51, we have one more class of spot gilts, and then we conclude with the overall breed champion, reserve breed champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall spot. Then we move on to the Chester Whites, or just Chesters if you want to call it that. So moving on to class number 51 in the Spot Gilt Show. For those of you just joining us, we're going to do our initial sort and then go on to evaluate for the top 10 placings. Welcome. We want to thank Taylor Fort for him and his crew and their podcasting. For those of us who aren't able to make it to the show but want to be able to support our loved ones, our friends, our family in today's show, whether it be from the comfort of your home, at work, or in the car. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Landon Rohde. My co-host is Wayne Rohde, father-son duo. I'm the better looking of the two, but, you know, we can't all be perfect, right?
Son, you need to look in the mirror.
I guess I look what I came from, so I guess he has a little bit.
That's right. I can't deny you.
He has more hair than I do, but mine's still brown. His is gray.
That's the new look.
Salt and pepper, baby. Moving on to class number 51 here at the Spot Gilt Show. Welcome to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show. We're excited today because this is day 2 of the show, day 2 of 2. And at the conclusion of all the breeds, we're going to select our Supreme Overall, Reserve Supreme Overall, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall gilts today, and that'll be fun having all the breeds out here at the end of the day. You know, we talked about it throughout the show yesterday and also today about how good these guys are doing together and how uniformed each pairing of top end of the class looks. And within the breeds, it's going to be fun to have all the different breeds out there together to see how they all match up together, because, you know, you're looking at all these boxes you're checking off, and there's so many different characteristics about each breed, but, you know, there's so many similarities in the ones they've already picked between the Hampshires, the Landrays, the Durocs, the Berks that they picked yesterday, and I have a feeling it's going to fall in the same suit with the Spot Gilts today and what they're judging. The spots, you know, they've been really good so far. They've been pretty uniform for the most part. Not quite as deep as our Berks and Durocs were, and the overall quality, the top end was very good, and there was a lot of good pieces throughout the show. But they're not finding quite as many pieces as they were, say, yesterday in some of the breeds. But still, as a whole, the spot breed is very uniform. Looks like they have three pinned back in the holding pins for a chance at the top 10. There's nothing out in the big pin yet. I've seen several go back to their pins after the secondary sort by Mr. Grinstead. Will Hilty is our lead judge today. They go see him first in the first holding pin, as you can see on your screen. If he points straight ahead, they go to the holding pin for a chance at the top 10 placings. If he points to the right, from your view, they will go to Mr. Grinstead, and Mr. Grinstead will either send them on to the big pin to get a second evaluation or back to their pin to take on to either future county shows that they have, or they have a chance to take them and get them ready for another major, or potentially get them ready to become mamas this summer. There are 4 pinned in the holding pins now. And two that have now shown up in the big arena for a secondary evaluation after they do their first initial sort. Tech Tech, baby. Hey, WT's a good school too, though. Oh, yeah, that's a great school. Appreciate that, lady. Live mic. Sorry, I was talking about the Red Raiders over here. Texas Tech's a wonderful school, and I got Mr. Kevin Williams over here with me today wearing his WT stuff. Both wonderful schools. Not hating on our A&M friends or anybody like that, but anywho, so we're going to go back to Class 50 here and read off our top 10 individuals from Class 50. Congratulations to all these individuals, and apologize if I butcher your names, but I'm going to do my best here. In 10th place, we had Casey Gwynn. In 9th place, we had Frederick Kuhlman. 8th place was awarded to Logan Creel. 7th place went to Isabella Rosario. 6th place went to Cadence Staling. 5th place was awarded to Macy Patton. 4th place was awarded to Kaylee Cook. 3rd place went to Harper Parson. 2nd place, Braxley Brezina. Hope I said that right, Braxley. 1st place went to Brooklyn DeLeon from Stephenville FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 individuals in class number 50 of the Spot Gilt Show. Moving on to class 50, we have a total of 7 pinned back thus far, 3 in the big ring for a secondary evaluation, 4 actually, excuse me. And they're getting toward the wrapping up the initial sort back behind us here. Once they do that, they'll go into the big arena and see if there's anything else they want to pull in for their top 10. And if they don't have enough for their top 10 in the holding pins right now, they'll pull a few back to round out the top 10 placings. And then once they do that, they'll excuse what is ever left in the big arena and start evaluating the individual pins here for your top 10 placings. What they've done throughout the day, today and yesterday as well, they'll pin back their top end that they really, really like back in sorting pins and hold off till after they place the rest of them to evaluate their top end of the class for those just joining us. For those who have been with us the entire time, you kind of know the gist of kind of what they're doing. They've got a really good pattern together. They've been very consistent with that. Class to class may vary in how many they pull back or how many they keep back for their top end and how they place them just based on the class quality and depth. That has a lot to do with how they sort them, but they've been very consistent with pulling back their top end after the initial sorter is completed and individual kids come out. So they usually pin back 3 to 4, sometimes more, depending on the quality and depth of the class. Still have 7 here in the holding pins, with 4 in the big arena. Looks like they have 9 pin back so far in their first initial sort of class number 51 of the spotted gilts. Now 10, so they've got enough to place their top 10 at this point in the initial sort of class 51. There are 5 pigs in the big arena to be reevaluated by both judges once they finish up the initial sort, and I'm going to pass it over to Wayne for class number 50's breeding.
Okay, from class 50, the boar sires of our first place was out of a JCOR0 Street Fight. Our second place was out of a WBSP times change. And what times change is a BA17 no words. And if you have kept up with us throughout the day, this BA17 no words sired the first place in class 46, and he's had several others, a couple others in there too. The second place in class 49. So looks like his pedigree is showing up quite a bit here in the spot show.
Going back to class 51, they came out here in the big arena and looked through the animals and didn't see anything that they needed. So they're sending these individuals back to the pen. Congratulations on getting a secondary look here. Looks like they ended up pinning several at the very end here. So there's a total of 13 pin back for the top 10 placings. Like I said, they're going to pull them out each individually, one at a time. And if they really like the animal, they'll send it back to the pen for the top part of the class and then place the rest of the class accordingly. Looks like the guys have pinned back 2 for their top end thus far. Actually 3, young man in the black vest and red shirt got pinned back. So that makes 3 in his top end thus far. Still has 4 more, to go through to come out of the pen for the first time with the 2 judges together. Those of you just joining us, we're on class number 51 of the spot gilt classes. We have one more class after this before we judge the overalls of the spot breed. Class must be pretty deep. He's already pinned back 5 to the top end. Still has 1 more to bring out for a first look for the 2 judges together. May pin 1 or 2 more back, potentially. If not, they'll start placing the bottom end of the class and bring out these last 5 for the top end of the class based on what they've been doing today and also same pattern as yesterday. They've been very consistent with that. All right, so he went ahead and pinned another one back. That makes 6. And looks like Mr. Hilty is going to start placing 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in this class. That'll leave 3 standing out here to not be placed today. But kudos to all these individuals right here showing their hearts out over here. Just placed 1 of the individuals, which was 7th place. So he's going to place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. The young lady in the red was 8th place. Young man in the kind of tealish looking shirt coming back toward the holding pin was 7th. Young lady in the red was 8th. Young lady in the teal shirt was 9th place. And the younger lady in the other teal shirt was 10th place. Congratulations to the other 3 that are showing. That did not make the top 10, but got a chance to show for the top 10. Guys are doing a good job going out there and talking about each individual, what they like and what they change or whatever. But they've been taking the time all day and all day yesterday with these individuals, and appreciate them taking that time and giving them an opportunity to know what their animal looks like and what they like, what they didn't like, even if they did not place in the top 10. That's what you ask for in a judge, giving each kid a fair shake and the communication between them with the kids and the interaction. You can't ask for any better from them today or yesterday. Now they're bringing out their top 6 that they pinned back. These will be the top 6 individuals of the class, 51 here today. After class 51, they're bringing class number 52 back behind us here for the initial sort. What they've done historically, when they pull 6 pigs out, they might pin a couple back for their top end. They do that, or they might start placing 6 down, but usually they will pin a couple back, but we just don't know for sure. Depends how the depth is and everything, but judging from what I can tell, he's going to play 6th all the way down to 1st. Yeah, I think he's kind of got his pattern where he wants to go to kind of alleviate 6th. So the individual young man with the purple shirt, purplish blue shirt, was 6th place. Now we're down to the top 5 here. Young man in the blue shirt was 5th. So now we're down to the top 4 here of the class, leaving out a young man in the green, young man in the red and black vest, young lady in the striped blue and white shirt, and young lady in the red long sleeve. And that's going to be your top 4 in the class thus far. All right, Mr. Hilty just gave out 4th place to the young man in the black vest. Now we're down to the top 3 in the class here of Class 51 of the Spot Gilt Show. Leaving us with one more class after this. That would be class number 52, which is starting to trickle in behind us here for the initial sort. Then after that, we'll go for the breeds. Young lady in the striped shirt was 3rd. Young lady in the red was 2nd. And the young man in the green shirt was 1st in the class. Let's hear from Mr. Hilty and on the evaluation of Class 51 Gilts.
A little more challenging kind of class to piece together, but the young lady here in the red shirt drives one that we think just in terms of design, balance, proportions, being a good skeleton kind of gilt, she checks all those boxes. She's not the bulkiest or most extreme in any one particular area, but her skeleton's just what allows her to go ahead and win this class. You want to get critical, you could tweak her hamloin just the shade, but past that, that's a very solid gilt to go ahead and win this particular drive. Gilt that comes in 2nd is a stouty, man. She's got a big arm. She's got tremendous roll and shape to her rib cage. You get it right on top of this thing, and there is a lot of hog there coming out of the back of her blade. Works back into a great big hip and stifle. Stays square and collected in terms of her rear leg. Plain and simple, she's got to be better looking up front. She's too cresty. She's too jammed up front. But, man, from blade back, that is a unique creature. Looks like a breeding piece to me. Compliments to the young man. Gilt that comes next. If we just judge these hogs from the side, this gilt potentially moves up a spot because her angles, her joints are good, her reach and flexibility are very good. She gets a little lower set up front, but more importantly, when this gilt just turns and comes right at you, she's got to be better and bolder in her chest, squarer from her knee to the ground. But again, just her design, her flexibility, her looseness of structure would allow her to gravitate towards the top of this class. Big muscles comes out next. Big chested, big back, big-ended kind of gilt. She just gets entirely too frail, particularly her rear leg for the amount of bulk she's got up high. She gets too refined down low, and then when you step right in behind her, she's got to be square from her hock to the ground. But that thing is dialed in terms of skin and hair, and that is a big fresh back. Compliments to the young man. He does an awesome job out here. One that comes out next is one that we threw back early, and rightfully so, because she's a stout-jawed, big-armed kind of gilt that reads with a big hind leg. It's when we step off to the side of this gilt that she falls out of balance for us. She wants to get too low set at the point of her shoulder, wants to get wrinkled there in her ham loin, and then just wants to step too quick and short behind in terms of her rear leg. Another young man that needs to be commended on skin and hair and just doing an awesome job. One that comes next, another big muscle gilt that just needs to be more flexible in terms of range of motion. Then we run into some that need some more bulk and dimension. Good class to work through. Our compliments to the young people.
For those of you just now tuning in with us today, we just finished up class number 51, the Spot Gilts. Moving on to class number 52. This is the last class of the day for the Spot Gilts. There are 34 in this class. Date age of the Gilts range from July 1st through July 7th. After the completion of this class, we're going to bring back all the first and second places from each of the 7 classes, and we are going to judge for our overall Spot Gilt, reserve overall Spot Gilt, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And then we will move on to our Chesters after that. Chester breed consists of 4 classes. This is the last class of Spot Gilts of the day right now that we are currently judging, which is class number 52 for you who are just tuning in. So far, the judges have pinned back 7 pigs in the holding pens for a chance at the top 10. There are 2 in the big arena right now for a secondary evaluation. Our lead judge today is Mr. Will Hilty, and our associate judge is Joe Grinstead. While we're sorting out class number 52 in the initial first sort, we're going to go ahead and read off the top 10 individuals, as you'll see on the bottom of your screen of class number 51. In 10th place, we had Irina Flores, and 9th place was awarded to Katie Shiver, or Shiver, I'm not for sure, but Katie, congratulations. 8th place went to Ashlyn Havalka. 7th place was awarded to Chase Colon. 6th place was awarded to Cooper Myers. 5th place went to Hayden Cabello. 4th place went to Gage Donaldson. 3rd place was awarded to Autumn Holman. 2nd place to Cooper Homan. And our first place in class 51, the last class we just judged, was Caitlin Hodges of De Leon FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals in class number 51. We have now moved on to class number 52, which is the last class of spots of the day before we award the overalls of the spot breed. So far, the guys have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pulled back for their top 10 placings. There are 3 out here in the big arena. Be evaluated for a potential spot in the top 10 placings. Now 12. So this must be a pretty deep set of classes because they've already pulled back 12. We only placed 10 here, but at least they all have a chance to make the top 10 here. Whereas, you know, if you go back to your pen, you take it on to the next show or get it ready for breeding to become a mother.
As they're sorting here, I've got the results of the boar sires of class 51, which was the last class that they completed. Our first place's boar was sired by Hide and Watch, and our second place was sired by PFS G9 Speak Up. So kind of looking through this spot boar sire side, it looks like there's quite a few in the top 2 that ties back to either this WBSPO Times Change, which is a son of the BA17 No Words, and this No Words is also has won some or been in the top 2 in several of these classes too. So this pedigree seems to be really showing up in the top 2 throughout this spot show.
So far in class 52, which for those of you just joining us, class 52 is the last spot class of the day before we award our overalls in the spot breed. Then after our spot breed, we're going to follow that up with the Chester There are four classes of Chesters. I kind of combined those two words there. There are 13 so far pinned here for a chance at the top 10 individuals in class number 52 here that are in the holding pens. There are 5 out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation from our 2 judges together. Now there's 14 pinned in this class, so this class must be pretty deep.
Oh, absolutely. They haven't done that all day, and as far as in the spot show. So this class must have all the big boys in it.
Big girls.
I mean, big girls.
Now there's 15 pinned. Wow.
That goes to show you for just 34 head. You know, that's almost half of the
Half
class.
the class pin, they're going to run out of pins
in
here
the first sort.
That's exactly right.
So if you look at the whole picture here, I mean, you almost got over 20 total of a class of 34 if you count the ones in the big ring. So that's that shows a really uniform set here in our oldest class of spots.
There's some pretty good ones out here in the big pin over here.
Oh, absolutely. There's not any what I call issues there, and even in the ones they have in the big ring.
He's pinned one back from his initial first sort, and you know they already had 15 pinned, but looks like he's excusing the rest of the individuals out there. Currently, they have 16 pigs, Gilts, pinned back for a chance at the top 10 in the class.
Here we go with the first one out.
For those of you tuning in right now, what they're doing now is they're evaluating their individuals for the top 10 here in the last class of spots, that being class 52. What they've done in every class is they'll send some individuals back to the holding pens to be in the top part of the class. They've sent one back already,
Absolutely.
the young lady in the white.
Yes.
Like we said, there's 16 pinned back, which is the most he's pinned back all day for a chance at the top 10.
They've pinned a second one now, the young lady in the green sweater or olive sweater.
Now 3, a young man in the light blue shirt. I have a feeling he's going to pin 6 or 7 back for his top end here, just based on the number of depth in this initial sort that he did. He just pinned back another young man. He's got his hand raised up and kind of a whitish. Can't really tell what that is. Floral design or something on him. Got them pearl snaps on. Another one is pinned back now, so that makes a total of 5 thus far that they pinned back. I have a feeling he'll probably pin a couple more back, depending on, but he's already has 5 pinned back. He's got 2 more to sort through. Pulled one from the big arena earlier to bring back to got a potential of the top 10. Pinned another one back, so that makes 6 pinned back thus far. Looks like they're going to be placing now. Not sure if he's going to go from 10th up to 7th or 7th to 10th. That was 7th place, young boy coming in the pin. Young lady in the orange was 8th place. 9th went to the young man in the greenish striped shirt. And 10th place goes to the young lady in the black. And a perfect example of just showing your heart out here. I can tell you there was one that he pulled back from the big arena earlier. He already had 15 pinned already. Pulled it back, and the young lady showed her way up to 8th place. And that says a lot about just never giving up and continuing on. So congratulations to that individual for doing that, and all the other individuals who showed their hearts out here that may not have gotten a placing, but a very, very good job in a very, very competitive class. Now they're going to judge their top 6 in the class here. Looks like he's pinning one back for his top end. The initial amount of pigs he pulled back was 6, and looks like he's going to pull back, maybe a couple for his top 1, 2, or 3, depending on how many he pulls back here. So he's going to do a secondary sort here on his top end. Has one more to bring out in the top 6 here in Class 52 of the Spot Gilts, which is the final class of Spot Gilts for the day before we judge our overalls in the Spot breed. This one's a little interesting here. He's got 5 left standing out here. He's going to start placing 6 down, and he's got 1 still in the pin down here.
Or 6 up, probably.
6 up, excuse me. 6th,
Yeah.
5th, 4th.
Correct.
And then it'll be interesting to see if he brings this other one out when he gets to the top, 3rd and 2nd left standing out there. So he placed 6 to the young man in the striped shirt. 5th to the young man in the pearl snaps here. 4th was awarded to the young lady in the green. And, yeah, like I suspected, he's going to pull that one individual that he pinned back to compete against these other 2 for the top 3. And, I'm not trying to jump to conclusions here, but he only had 1 pin back of the 6. You think that one might be his top end here? 3, 2, yeah, it is.
I felt like that one was kind of dominated that class.
I agree. And let's hear what Will has to say.
Well, class that fits together pretty logically. The young man's gilt that wins the class, man, that one checks a lot of boxes. That is a stout-featured gilt that's still feminine and attractive up front. Get on top of her. She's 3-dimensional coming out of the back of her blade. She's bulky through her mid-body, still stays proportional. Get in behind her. She leaves you wide, true, and square. That's a very special kind of female to go ahead and win this class. Compliments to the young man. Gilt that comes in second, maybe our biggest issue with her, and I hate to be nitpicky, her tail just wants to throw her out of balance just a little bit. Once you get past that point and just study the gilt for what she is, that is another stout-featured, good-looking one that's got a great big back in her. You get right in behind her, she's square. She's just not as elite-looking. She's not as bulky-looking as what our class winner is, but that's an awfully good kind of gilt to go ahead and be in the 2-hole. Gilt that comes 3 here. We like the front 2/3 of her. She's big-armed. She's stout-featured. She's soft and pliable through her forerib and center body. You get right on top of her. She's got as much bulk and mass up high as any gilt in the class. It's the way she utilizes her rear leg that rolls her down to the 3-hole. She needs to be longer about her hip and then just take a longer, more comfortable step out of her rear too. Well presented, well shown. Compliments to the young lady. Gilt that comes next is a gilt that we certainly like from just a muscularity and shape standpoint. She's the poorest designed of the first 3 or 4 gilts. She's the lowest set at the point of her shoulder. She gets a little cresty at the top of her neck, but man, she's sound and flexible out of her rear. She just got to be better looking up front and elevated at the point of her shoulder. Another young lady that does an awesome job of getting one driven. Gilt that comes next worked her way into the top end of this particular drive, just in terms of being a good skeleton, good built, good designed one. She needs more just bulk everywhere. She needs beefed up from end to end. You do those things and that gilt potentially slides up a spot or 2 because, again, from just a skeletal build standpoint, she's flawless, just needs more to her. Gilt that comes next gets a little softer up front. We roll down through the rest of these well-presented kind of gilts. Just need to be better in terms of their structure, need to be better in terms of their feet and legs.
Welcome for all of you who are just now tuning in. We are now judging for our overall spot, reserve overall spot, third, fourth, and fifth overall spot of the Purebred show here today at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We had 7 classes of spots today, and 5 of them will be awarded the top 5 honors here. They're all competing for a $10,000 scholarship provided by the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and with the chance to also win an additional $5,000 if they were supreme overall of the entire show.
So the results of the boar sires of our last class was the first place came out of the PFS G9 Speak Up, and our second place came out of the WBSPO Times Change. They're fixing to let them out right now.
Right now, they have the Class 1 winner right here.
Looks like we've got a really, as you can see, a really nice set of spots out here. I think in contentions here, of course, they make that final decision, but I think
Will's already ready to rock and roll here.
It's going to be in the
Well, this morning I talked about what a great way to start the day when we started with the national anthem and then a little AC/DC, and then we got into this spotted show and then kicked it off with a bang with that first class winner. And then maybe there were a few dips and valleys and some peaks and high points, but when we get these 7 class winners back out here, man, I think what a high quality set of gilts. If you would, let's put our hands together, congratulate the 7 young people on their class winners. To be honest with you, we think it's pretty plain and simple when we get back out here. There's one that's stout, good built, comes with all the extras, still fundamentally correct, one that just checks a lot of boxes, brings extreme pieces to the table, does it in a balanced, good-looking package. Young man's Gil right here is your champion spot.
The champion came out of class number 52, and Wayne and I both agreed that was just a very, very complete, well put together creature there. Now they're judging for reserve champion overall spot gilt. Like I said, that one in the very last class was your champion spot, and she was just a good piece. Here goes Will for reserve.
It gets a little closer as we get ready to tie your reserve. A couple gilts come into the mix. We think there's a gilt out here just in terms of skeletal quality that is just absolutely flawless. Her angles, her joints, her proportions are all so good. She's not the bulkiest in the world, but we think she's near perfect in her build. And again, one that just fits and balances so well. Young lady's gilt right here is your reserve spot. Well, a neat gilt comes out there, the second place gilt, but there's another one out here that hit us really hard today in terms of chest width, in terms of look up front, in terms of muscularity and freshness. Tweak her ham loin just a shade, stout in her rear leg. Past that, that's an awfully good gilt. Right here is your third overall. Fourth overall, I talked about a gilt. We'd like to change her tail and maybe the way she carries it just a little bit. Once you get past that point, that's a big arm, stout featured, fresh one that proportions well. She's going to be next out. Congratulations. Again, we can't say enough about how good the spotted show has been. There's several darn nice gilts out here that aren't going to get a piece of the top five. The one we're going to name fifth overall in terms of density, stoutness, and still being really mobile, checks a lot of boxes in those areas. Young man gilt right here is going to be your fifth.
What was that fifth overall? Was that class 46?
47, Brody Busby, second in that class.
Oh, the second.
That completes our spot show here. Moving on to the Chesters, but Wayne wanted to kind of go over the sires of where your champion all the way through fifth came out of.
Yeah, we in looking at this spot show, it was we thought when we got all the first places out there and second places, it really put a uniform, really nice set for this breed out in the arena. This champion out there, I from the moment I saw her, or both Landon and I saw her come in and hit the ring, we said, here's your champion. And even the reserve one as well. I felt like that they were going to use that one for the other one for reserve, the class winner out of 47. And and then of course the third overall kind of could follow that pattern all the way through. And but really a nice set. If we talk about these sires on the champion again, if you've just now joined us, was out of the Speak Up Boar. Speak Up is in there pretty hard. I mean, Speak Up had sired not only the champion but also a second place in the second oldest class, in class 51 as well. And then there's a Speak Up son called Zach the Answer that was a second in class 47. which was the 5th overall. So that Speak Up is really dominant in there, but the two other boars that kind of came to the top in this was the MA 17 No Words. He was in there, and then a son of him called Times Change was in there quite a bit too in these first and second places throughout the spot show. So you guys that are breeding spots, you've got several really good bloodlines that have come to the top here in this spot show. So anyway, if you just now joined us, of course the champion came out of the oldest class in class 52. The reserve champion was the first place in class 47, and that was actually the boar on that one was Hamano Big Bam. And then our third overall was Humano Mr. October. That was the third overall. It was the class winner in class 49. Our fourth place was in the oldest class behind the champion there. It was 4th overall, and it was the 2nd place out of change times. And then our 5th overall came out of the same class as our reserve champion, which was the 2nd place, and it was 5th overall, and it was out of Zach Won the Answer, which was a Speak Him Up son. So there we have it for our spots. They are starting the Chester show in the back for the first sort. And in the Chesters, our first class, it's class 58. We have 33 head in this class. The birth date ranges from July 30th through September the 1st. If you've just joined us, they're fixing to start the Chesters. They've already called them up to the back, and our lead judge, if you've just joined us, is Will Hilty, and our associate judge is Joe Grinstead, and he gets the second look if Will doesn't take him straight to the pen. So that's really good in a two-judge system, especially where you, and this is what I've always been impressed with. A two-judge system works really well if you can get two judges together that work together and not one more strong-willed than the other, and that they talk and work it out in a professional manner, but very quickly. And these guys have really worked well together. As we were the your hosts for last year, and I saw the same thing in Doug and Will working together as well. So that's what makes a good two-judge system. The two-judge system is great too, because it's just too much wear and tear on one person. And but on another note, it just gives that extra fairness to try to get a pattern consistent from top to bottom, and give each kid a fair look. In our Chester show today, we have 4 classes of Chesters. Not as large as our spot class that we started the morning with, but still we've got 4 classes here. Not as big of classes. These are all in the low 30s. They range from, in fact, there's one class of 29, which will be in class 60, but it ranges from 29 head to 34 head in the 4 classes. So anyway, I think they've started their sort there, and so you that have just recently joined us, if Will likes that breeding guild, he'll send them straight to the pen, and it looks like we have 2 in the pen already. If Will's not for sure that he wants to pin him yet, he'll send him over to Joe. Joe will evaluate him. If he thinks that they need to have a second look at that gilt, then Joe will send them to the big arena where they get a second look. And as we discussed kind of throughout the show, these that go in the big arena, they still have a great opportunity to get pinned and be evaluated. We've had several yesterday and even today that have worked their way up into the top 10 and have done an outstanding job. Yeah, I just
for the grand, or is it for class winners?
Well, for the class winner,
Oh.
what they did was see second place.
I want to see who bred the grand. That's what I was wondering. But they sent you the flipped
Yeah,
ones.
they flipped them on me.
Oh.
So that's the second place.
That's not how that's meant to
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
When they
They've started the Chester show here, and so we're doing our first class of Chester's, class 58. It's 33 in the class, and the ranges from July 30th through September the 1st. Looks like we've got 7 pins so far, and we have 3 in the big ring. Well, actually 4 coming in. Just want to make a note, so you that watch the spot show, a correction came to me by text. Thank goodness it did. We have a correction. How they do that for us is they send a picture of the papers to tell us what the placing was on there, and they accidentally switched the 2 papers on who was first and who was second. So I just wanted to get that correction made. Your champion was actually a times change, and our second place was a speak up. So just want to make that correction. I appreciate someone letting me know, because that's hopefully that's the first time that's happened today, where what they do is they send me the picture of the paper, which the kids don't have to bring them in anymore. We get that through their validation. And so anyway, I appreciate you sending me that text, allowing me to make that correction on that. So congratulations to the person who bred that times change, as we discussed, that was a really nice one as well. Looks like we've got them down to the top 6. They've let the first one out, and they're evaluating. Comes our second one out of the pen. They've discussed it, and they're putting both of them back in the pen. That doesn't surprise me looking at those two. They're very similar in makeup, and they're both really balanced gilts as well. And this young man back, so we got 3 back in the pen. They've placed the 4th through 6th place. Young lady in pink was in 4th place. Young man in the plaid shirt in 5th place. Well, no, probably the one in the plaid was 4th. The girl in the pink was in 5th place. So now we've gone ahead and released the top 3 again. We've got the first one out, and we got the next 2 fixing to come out. So they're going to do their final evaluation on these top 3. Look at these top 2 here that are coming out of the gates. Both of them really good design, really track square from behind. You know, that's their initial look. They look at the side, they like the design of the animal, and then they go from behind to see if they're walking square all the way to the ground. There we have it. The young man in the darker plaid shirt wins the class. The young lady is 2nd, and the young man in the blue is 3rd. Really a nice set of Chesters to start.
Well, a really good way to get started here with the Chester breed. The young man's gilt that's a class winner, we felt like was just the best built, best designed, best looking one, from shoulder blade forward, her look and presence up front is unmatched within this class. You get into her mid-body, she's got good shape and curvature to her rib. Get on top of her, she's good in terms of freshness and back shape. She's not the stoutest in the world, and that's what we talked about, but we think her bone matches her and certainly adequate in this setting. Really solid place to go ahead and get started. Young lady's gilt there on the far side, no doubt, is the stout featured, big armed, stout jawed one. It's got a huge rear leg working in her, and we certainly appreciate those things about her. So when we get off to the side of her and view her, she just wants to fall out of balance a shade. She gets lower set at the point of her shoulder, wants to get a little crestier at the top of her neck, and then when we get right in behind her, she's a little coarser jointed in terms of her hock. Her range range of motion's good, but we'd like to clean her hock up a shade in comparison to the first place gilt. Third place gilt right here is one that is beautifully presented in terms of skin and hair, and she's got a big fresh back in her. She's got plenty of hip and stifle when she leaves you. When you get off to the side of this one, she wants to tie a little higher and tighter right there at the top of her pole. She wants to pull apart there at her ham-loin junction. And then when you study her at the ground, she's the most uncoordinated in terms of the way she swivels and goes out of her hip and rear leg. But again, freshness, shape, presentation, great big back, muscularity, like all those things about that female. Gilt that comes out next, I'd venture to say potentially one of the younger gilts in the class, and that's not why she's down the line. She works up into the top of this class in terms of being a good structured, good skeleton one, another one that wants to sit a little lower up front, and then her length of body is maybe just a notch excessive, wants to throw her out of balance just a shade. But man, feet and legs, hip and hind leg are all very, very good. That's what allows her to work into the top end here. Gilt that comes out next, stouty in terms of bone structure and just foot size. She's a big-ribbed, soft-centered kind of gilt. Of the initial 4 or 5 gilts, we read her to be the tightest and most restricted off of both ends of her skeleton. Need to give her more angle and cushion up front and just allow her to get out and go across the surface with more flex and authority. Next gilt, another one that wants to get jammed up front, wants to read a little frailer down low. And again, a gilt we'd like to take a longer, more comfortable step behind. We work through the rest of these, certainly some quality represented within these gilts. Just need to tweak them in an area or two in terms of feet and legs to get any higher.
There you have it, our first class, which was class 58 of our Chester breed drive. And our next class will be class 58. We have 31 in that class. And the birth date ranges from July the 20th to July 29th. Again, July 20th to July 29th, and there's 31 head in this class. Kind of a review of our first class. I definitely thought the one that was used there kind of came to the top for the design and balance. As he mentioned, maybe not quite as much structure, maybe not extreme in power coming at you, but yet just the most complete one out there. And then, we touch base a little bit on, if you have one of the youngest in the class, we saw this 4th place coming up in there, and it was probably a September or right at the end of September type hog. So you that even have, there's 30 days difference in that first class, and even if you got one of those little young ones, you still got a chance to make those top 10, and that's what I also appreciate about these judges. They look at the completeness of the animal and not the size, and look at the overall picture of it. And so really a nice way to start our Chester drive this morning. if you've just now joined us for the Chester Breeding Gilt Show here at San Antonio, we're judging class 59. There's 31 head in here, and the ranges, age of birth dates is from July the 20th through July 29th. Looks like we have 4 penned so far, and looks like we have 5 out in the big ring. I've got the results of the boar sires on our first class of Chesters. The first place was sired by OGL9 Retchin, I believe. It's spelled Ruetchin. But Retchin is the boar sire here. Our second place was sired by Perfect Fit. So there we have our first class of boar sires for those 2 gilts. Looks like we've got 6 in the pen so far. So to give you a little trivia about our Chester breed, the first year that San Antonio awarded a scholarship for the Chester breed was in 1996, and of course that was a $6,000 scholarship, and it was awarded to a Martin lawyer. And then last year's winner was awarded to Garrett. I'm gonna butcher this one. Richard ECHTLE. He had the champion Chester last year and received a $10,000 scholarship.
And a little more about our Chester breed as a whole as an organization. The Chesters originated in Chester County, Pennsylvania, so it's a homegrown type pig here. They are known for being a medium-sized ear pig, so they're very similar to Landrace in that regard, but they've got a little bit smaller ear, a little bit more compact package. They're known for their motherly ability, their durability, and their soundness in their breed. Looks like we have 10, enough to complete all our placings in this class number 59 here, the Chester Gilts.
Looks like they're letting the second one out here.
Like it's all young ladies out here and one young man in this class. Went ahead and pinned 2 of them back so far. The 2 he's pinned back will be for his top end of the class. And now he's pinned the girl in the purple shirt. So she'll be in the top end of the class, just like the other 2 he's pinned. So he's got 3 pinned, and he's going toward the pins, so he's going to start placing, I would say, from 10th down. Could be wrong. He might go from 4th all the way up to 10th here. But I know he's got 3 that he has in the top end over here.
I would think he'd probably go the 10th back up, just in case, but might be wrong.
Nope, 4th. A young lady in the green was 4th. There's actually 2 young ladies wearing the same shirt, so the shorter of the 2, I think, was 4th, because they put her in the 4th hole.
Yep, and she is placed.
Young lady in the purple shirt with the pink bow was 5th. Young lady in the striped, looks like blue and white, was 7th.
8th
Or
was the
6th.
one.
Excuse me, 6th. She was 6th.
Oh, 6th, and the one in 7th is kind of the violet pink.
Violet's purple, isn't it?
I meant pink.
Pink. And the young lady in the black shirt was 8th. The young lady in the green was 9th, and the young man was 10th in the class.
Congratulations to those winners.
Oh, absolutely. And then now we're moving on to the top 3 that they pulled back here. Looks like they have 3 in the pen, and these will be your top 3 in class number 59 of the Chester Gilts here. We have 3 young ladies in the top 3 here in class number 59. Young lady in the purple shirt is fixing to come out, followed behind the girl in the purple, or I guess kind of maroon jacket, I guess is more suiting color there, and the young lady in the pink with the scarf. Those 3 are your top 3 individuals, and Will and Joe are going to come out here and sort them and figure out which one they want to use toward the top here. And they're all 3 very uniformed in kind here, and that's maybe why they placed. So the young lady in the purple was 3rd place, and we're down the lady in the pink and the maroon vest here.
One in the maroon might take the class, might be wrong. They're both really nice individuals.
And it just matters where they go with them, I guess, from here.
Absolutely.
I think
looks like you got a
one-
little more extension in the one in the maroon one, but we'll see.
I think the one in the pink almost looks a little bit cleaner fronted. I mean, maybe not as much extension, but a little bit cleaner fronted, a little smaller faced. But there definitely is a size difference between these 2 here.
I wish
The one in the pink,
yeah,
the one in the pink won it, and the one in the maroon got second, huh, Wayne?
absolutely. The one in the maroon's just not getting out and striding quite as freely as the one that they use the class with as
Let's
well.
hear
Well, maybe a
Will
little
else
more
think?
challenging here on the top end to piece together, but ultimately the young lady here in the pink drives the one that we thought was just the best in terms of proportionality, the best in terms of freshness up high, and we also thought she was the best in terms of her reach and comfort level out of her rear too. She's not the stoutest in the world, but man, in that one just felt like everything fit and balanced a notch better than the gilt that's going to go ahead and come in two. We thought it was close because the gilt in two does offer just more bone feature and stoutness. She's a bigger arm, bigger rear-legged kind of gilt. She just falls out of balance when you step off to the side of her, particularly her hip reach shorter and steeper. As a result, that gilt just can't hinge and go with the same kind of comfort level out of her hip and hock as what the gilt ahead of her does, but certainly appreciate that one just from a stoutness and bone perspective. Gilt that comes next, a big-chested, round-bodied, fresh-backed kind of gilt. She gets a little shorter and more upright off of both ends of her skeleton. Step right in behind her. She reads a little coarser in terms of her hock joint, but again, good rib, good-bodied, muscular gilt allows her to get into the top end of this drive. Gilt that comes next has got a good bend to her rear leg, but she wants to get a little lower set up front and a little softer on her front pasterns. As a result, she becomes a notch more uncomfortable up front, but we like her muscularity, we like her shape, we like her freshness, allows her to grab a pen in this class. Gilt that comes next, long-bodied, big-centered kind of gilt, wants to get two in at her knee and two uncoordinated behind. Then we work into some gilts that have some muscle and shape, and then gilts that are at the opposite end of the spectrum, some that need bulked up. Interesting, challenging class to work through, but still a good quality set of gilts represented. Our compliments to the young people.
From what we heard from Mr. Hilty here, good quality set of gilts in that class. Maybe didn't check off all the boxes they were looking for in the ideal one, but still a high quality set of individuals. So he said, like in his reasons there, that he is a little more challenging to put together, but they wanted to go based on their kind of trend that they've been setting all day today and yesterday as well. So, but kudos to all these kids out here that showed their hearts out in this class. And now we move on to class number 60. Class 60 consists of 29 gilts in the Chester's class, and the date range on these gilts is July 9th through July 19th. So there's about 10 days difference. So we might see a little bit of variation in sizes in this class of Chester gilts. But now we go to the initial sort of class number 60 of the Chester Gilt Show here at San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. For those of you just joining us today, we welcome you to the Taylor Fort podcast. We appreciate everything these guys and girls do to bring this to us from the comfort of our homes, work, or in the car. So thanks to everybody there for everything you do for this show and bringing us a front row seat. Welcome to the show, and hope you enjoy the ride with us today.
So I've got the results just came in for class 59 on the boar sires. Both our first and second place was sired by TSSPI Burner Phone. Again, that's Burner Phone. I'm sorry, a little tongue twisted there. And so that's pretty cool that same sire sired those both, but they were not litter mates. So anyway, from two different breeders, and but same boar sire for both of those.
And continuing on with class number 59 of the Chester Gilts, our placings are as followed. In our top 10, 10th place went to Kelton Bailing, 9th place went to Katie McCaslin, 8th place was awarded to Shelby Carter, 7th place went to J.C. Pennington, 6th place was awarded to Avery Fawn, 5th place here was Hadley Davis, 4th place went to Braylee Kirkpatrick, 3rd place went to Yancey Parson, 2nd place was awarded to Addie Hartnett, and 1st place in class 59 of our Chester Gilts was Ashton Wade of Howie FFA. Congratulations.
Our judges are in the back doing the first sort. We are sorting class 60. We have 29 in this class. The birth dates range from July the 9th through July 19th. Looks like we've got 5 in the pen so far and none at this time in the big ring.
And in class 60, there's 29 head in this class. So this is actually a little bit smaller class. This is the smallest class of the day in the Chester Gilts. And we placed 10, so almost a third of the pigs in this class will place.
Absolutely. And as Landon spoke there, we have one more class after this class 60, and then we'll bring the first and second places back for our breed champion alignment.
After the Chester breed, we're going to move on to the Poland China, I believe. Is that correct, Wayne?
Sure, that is correct.
Okay, so for those of you tuning in for the Poland China show, that is going to happen promptly after we finish up the Chester Gilts. This is the second to last class of Chester Gilts of the day. Looks like they have 6 pigs pulled here for the top 10 placings. Now 7. Have 7 so far pulled. Like we've been saying all day, they place 10 placings in each class, so about a third of these kids will receive a placing ribbon today. There's 1 in the big pen, or no, excuse me, 2 in the big pen that have a chance to be reevaluated by both judges together and have a chance to get pulled for a top 10 placing. If not, they'll go back to their pen, and then we'll move on to placing the top individuals in the class 60 Chester Gilts. They now have 9 pulled in the holding pens now. 1 more will complete what they need to place 10, but not to say they won't pull more. They've pulled up to 16 pigs today in each class, or in some of the classes, and sometimes they pull 6, 7. Have to go to the big pen and try to figure out if there's any more out there that they want to use. They have now pinned 11 pigs in the holding ring here. Now both Will and Joe are going to be coming out here to evaluate these 4 out here in the big pen to see if there's anything they want to pull back and potentially be sorted through for a chance to get a top 10 placing ribbon here. Looks like they pulled one back from the big pen here. And now they're talking them through and releasing the other 3 in the big arena. Congratulations to these individuals for getting a second shot to potentially be pinned. But they're heading back to their pins now. And we're going to evaluate the 12 that are pinned for the chance of the top 10 spots here. First young lady's coming out here in the red sweater. I actually have 2 girls out here that are pinned that are in red sweaters today. So you're going to see both have blonde hair and jeans on, so they're both very similar. So I'll make sure and see if I can distinguish between the 2 if one of them gets pinned. And now let 6 out of the pins. I have not pinned any back yet. All right, they pinned one of the Chester Gilts back for the top end of the class. Historically, they've pinned about 3 to 4, sometimes a few more, depending on the depth and quality of the class. He's pinned another one, a young man in the pink shirt. He's going back to the pin relatively quickly. He's been the quickest one pinned back so far of the 8 or 9 they've gone through so far. Pinned back another young lady who just got pulled. She just left her pin and came right back in. Just pinned one of the young ladies in the pink sweater over there. There's 2 of them over there, but the lady with her brush in the air just got pinned. They now have 4 that are pinned in their top end of the class. They will come back and reevaluate them after they place the rest of them. Looks like Will is going over there to grab the buttons to start placing. The past 2 or 3 classes, he's done 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all the way to 10th place and not 10th down. But like I said, there's 4 pin back for your top end of the class.
Like they're going to do it through the start with the 4th place. Fifth place will be the one in the pink sweater.
Looks like one of the girls in the red sweater, there was 2 of them out there now. We're down to 1, was 6th place. Like I said, we only placed 10, so there'll be 2 left standing out here, but kudos to them for showing.
One with the gold bow be next.
Black shirt and gold bow, yes. She was 8th place. The other girl in the red sweater was 9th place. And they have 1 more placing. Oh, the girl in the green was placed. congratulations to these other two individuals left standing out here for their hard work and showing.
Absolutely. They fought hard and nothing to be ashamed of because they were right in the hunt.
Well, and they, it shows these judges. The one kid came from the big arena earlier and got to show again, but at least they gave him a chance. Like, hey, we're going to bring him out just to see how he funnels in with the rest of them that we pulled. And even though he didn't get placed in the top 10, they gave him a second chance to show his animal off a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Little bit of differences between these pigs here. There's a couple that are real stout. Some of them are real fresh looking, maybe not quite as powerful up front, but very just complete mobile gilts in this class.
Yes, there are some differences out here, but definitely got them 4 up there that has some uniquenesses to them.
Very good pieces. Young man was 4th. Young lady in the pink was 3rd. Young lady in the striped shirt was 2nd, and the young lady with the green sweater was your class winner in Class 60 here today. And Will is going to get on the mic and talk this class.
Well, this class of Chesters fits together probably as logically as anything we've done thus far today. The gilt that wins does so pretty handily. That's a big-armed gilt that proportions very well from the side. She's soft and pliable through forerib and center body. She's just so proportional when you get off to the side of her, yet she reads with some stoutness, bone, and feature. That gilt checks a lot of boxes to go ahead and win this class and do so pretty handily. The young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second is a stout featured one. We like her arm, we like her rear leg, but she just falls out of balance a notch. She's crestier at the top of her blade and neck. She's shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump. But with that said, for the amount of bone she's got, we thought her range of motion and flexibility was still better than the gilts that come in 3 and 4. That's what allowed her to roll up here to the top end. Gilt that comes next is probably the power gilt within the top trio, just in terms of width, bulk, and mass. But within the top trio, she's the shortest in terms of her step off of either end of her skeleton. We just need to make this one go with more comfort and flex and just get out here and cover more surface. But like I said, we like her muscle, we like her bone and feature. Gilt that comes next is a good body, good design kind of gilt that just gets entirely too frail, especially when you go to the ground, you study her front foot, you study her rear foot. She needs bigger feet, she needs bigger bones, and just needs to be stouter all over to move up any higher within this drive. Gilt that comes out next, a bigger outline, longer bodied kind of gilt that reads with some bone and structure. She's shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump, and as a result just doesn't go with the same kind of flex and comfort as some of the gilts we've got ahead of her. But man, her look, her shape, her muscularity, all very, very good. We roll through the next of these, a big bodied one here that needs to go just a little better behind than some ones that just need to be better in terms of their balance. Got a real stout one that's a little shorter hip. Interesting class to work through. Thought that class winner was real solid.
Well, that does it for Class 60 of the Chester Gilts. Now we're moving on to the first initial sort of Class 61. There are 34 head in this class, ranging from July 1st through July 8th birth dates. And this will be the last class of Chesters for the day, followed by the overall selection of the champion, reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Chester. Then we will move on to the Poland Chinas after we complete the overall selection of the Chester breed. This will be the 4th class of Chesters today. Like I said, there are 34 in this class, so There is 7 days difference between ages here, so they should all be pretty good-sized gilts. I mean, heck, in the last class we watched, there were some that were just monsters out there, so I can only imagine what an extra week's worth of age will do for size-wise in this class. So we should see some really big females out here in this Chester class. I'm sure it's going to be pretty deep as well.
I've got the results on the boar sires of this last class, Class 60. Our first place, which was a really nice, balanced, complete one that they put at the top, was out of a boar sire. He was sired by a big screen. And then our second place, which was also a nice one, was Didn't Go. Again, our first place was Big Screen, and our second place was Didn't Go. So there we have it for that class.
Going back to Class 60 here, we're going to go ahead and read off the top 10 individuals in that class. Hopefully I don't butcher anybody's names here, so I apologize in advance if I do. In 10th place, we had Cody Kelso. 9th place went to Tinsley Beatty. 8th place went to Avery Mabry. 7th place went to Holly Kaiser. 6th place was awarded to Emily Threet. 5th place went to Abigail Smith. 4th place, Landon Lorwald. 3rd place went to J.C. Pennington. 2nd place was awarded to Peyton Ralston. And our first place in Class 60 of the Chester Gilts went to Bryn Fort of Burke Burnett FFA. Congratulations to all the top 10 exhibitors in Class 60. Moving on to Class 61, the last class of the day for the Chester Gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We want to thank all these Chester exhibitors who've come out and supported us in the agriculture industry and showing that hard work does pay off, and it shows a lot in these kids and how they're showing today that they've worked very hard with their animals, and appreciate both Mr. Grinstead and Mr. Hilty for their hard work as judges evaluating these young people and their animals and giving each one a fair shake and a chance to make the top 10 in the class. Looks like so far in this class they pinned 3 back in this class of 34 head. Last class they pinned 11, came back in the big pin and pulled one more and placed into that class. So I would think he would probably pin 8 to 10 initially right off the bat, depending on the depth and quality in the class and what they're looking for in a Chester. But who knows? He could pin 12 to 14 if they think it's very deep. We shall see. We have, like I said, 3 pins so far and 2 in the big arena, and I've seen some go back to their pins after the secondary sort by Mr. Grinstead. Now there's 4 in the holding pens. Now it looks like there's 3 in the big pin now. Still only 4 in the holding pins thus far that I can see here. They're evaluating the class in the back. All right, now we have 5 in the holding pins here. Moving right along in this class, we have 3 out in the big pen. For those of you who are just now joining us, we are on Class 61 of the Chester breed. There's 34 head in this class, and this is the final class of Chesters for the day. After this class, we'll bring back all the first and second places from each class and evaluate them for overall Chester Gilt, reserve overall Chester Gilt, and third, fourth, and fifth overall Chester. The champion of this class will receive a $10,000 scholarship from the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We appreciate all their sponsorship and giving back to these kids and scholarship so they can take this money on to pursue their dreams in college or trade school, whatever they decide to do. And then the champion has a chance to win an additional $5,000 if they are awarded the overall Supreme Champion Gilt of the show. Looks like the judges have now pinned 8 pigs in the holding pen for a chance at the top 10 spots. There are 5 out there in the big ring right now who will get a second evaluation. To this point, we might have a few more show up here in a bit. They're just all kind of hanging out, waiting on the judges to finish up their initial sort until they come out in the big ring and evaluate these individuals together in the big ring. Now we have 9 pinned over here in the holding pens. Only need 10 to place. But like I said earlier, for those of you just joining, they can pin up to 12 to 16. We've seen up to 16 pinned today in the show, depending on the class. And the size of the class, this one has 34 in the class, so a little under a third of them will place today. There is several in the big arena over here, so there's several they're going to have to look at here and evaluate once we get to that point. Now they've ended up pinning 11 in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 spot, and they're about finished up in the back, it looks like, the sort in Class 61. And here they're coming into the big arena now. Both Mr. Hilty and Mr. Grinstead are both making their way out to evaluate the pigs in the big pen to see if there's anything they want to keep back. Looks like they have 13 pulled back now for a chance at the top 10. And they're just evaluating the pigs in this big pen to see if there's something they want. And it looks like they're going to release all these kids back to their pens. Congratulations on getting a second look by the judges today. Now we've started pulling the pigs out individually for them to evaluate, see if there's anything they like. And usually what these guys will do is if they really like one, they'll send it back to the pen for a chance at the top spots in the class. They pulled anywhere from 3 all the way up to 8 today for the top end of the class. But consistently about 4 to 5 is what they've been doing today. He's pinned one back so far to be evaluated for his top end of the class. Gone through a little over half of them, or about half of them so far that he's pulled back. Like I said, he had 13 that he initially pulled back for the top 10 spots. Has one pulled back so far for the top, part of the class. Young man in a green vest. Now he has gone ahead and the judges have pinned back another one. Young man in a light blue long sleeve shirt. Still has another 7 to go through. All right, very quickly pinned back the young lady with the blue sweater. Came out of the pen and took about 10 steps and pinned her right back again. So far, we have 3 pulled back on the top end and still have 3 more to evaluate from the initial secondary sort from the judges. I love how they're talking together and talking about things that they like, don't like about an individual's animal, saying, okay, I want to fix this. You can kind of read by their body language if they really like it or what they'd change. And looks like he went ahead and pinned another young man's pig back, so that makes 4 in the top end so far. And this is the last one now, just now coming out. Young man in a short sleeve shirt is the last one of the ones they initially sorted back for their top end. Top 10, excuse me. So now they're going to place from 5th place through 10th place. Looks like they have the 4 that they want to keep for the top end of the class. Now they're going to place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then excuse the rest of the individuals because we had more than 10 that were pulled back in this class. So, but unfortunately only 10th place. But we do appreciate all these individuals showing. It looks like they've already placed 5th place. The young lady with the bandana on, or scarf. White shirt and scarf was 5th place. Looks like 6th place is awarded to the young lady with the black shirt on. They're talking through right now where they're going to go from here. Like I said, we have 5th and 6th placed so far. Going for 7th place, he is going to go use what looks like the girl in the blue sweater. Congratulations to her on her 7th place gilt in a very tough class. 8th place is going to the young lady in the pink striped shirt. Ninth, looks like they're going to award that to the kid in the blue, the young man in the blue shirt, long sleeve shirt with white spots on it. Can't tell what those are, but congratulations to him. And they are now excusing everybody else back to their pens. Congratulations for them and their hard work out here. Now we're going to move on to the 4 pigs he pulled back. And these 4 individuals will have a chance at the top 4 spots in this class number 61. As I said earlier, this is the last class of Chester Gilts for the day before we select the overall champion reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And so here we go with the top 4 in this class. Like I said, they will then bring the 1st and 2nd place of the other 3 classes back up here to compete for the overall spots here. When I say spots, I mean placings, not spot breed. We already judged those this morning.
Yeah, these are wide here today.
They are albino Durocs out here as far as I'm concerned. I thought Durocs could only have white on their feet, not on their whole body, Wayne. Or is that bad voodoo right there?
You don't want white. You don't want any white on the toes.
Just tell them they have socks on. All right, guys, here we go. This is the top 4. It looks like young man in the blue shirt was 4th. Young man in the vest was 3rd. Young man in the light blue shirt, shorter young man in the light blue shirt was 2nd. And the young lady in the blue vest,
First.
was 1st. The young lady with the blue sweater was 1st in this class. Let's hear what Mr. Hilty has to
Well,
say.
I think as good a pair to surface that maybe we've had within the Chester breed here. But with that said, the young lady's gilt wins and does so pretty handily for us. Her skeleton, just her design, her silhouette from the sides, near flawless. She's got a great big forearm working in her. She's soft and pliable through her forerib and center body. Where we thought that she had a distinct advantage is just the looseness to her top line, the length of her hip, and just her comfort level out of her hip and hind leg is where she beats the gilt that comes in second. That one checks a lot of boxes to go ahead and be your class winner. Congratulations to her. Gilt that comes next is so impressive. When you get right on top of her, she's as big backed as anything we've seen within the Chester breed. I mean, water would lay in that ditch working down her back. She gets a little maybe further forward in her shoulder, but more importantly, tighter in her spine. She's not as long and level out of her hip and rump, and as a result, she just wants to become too uncoordinated in terms of the way she goes out of her hip and rear leg. But I'd challenge you guys ringside, if you get the chance, get on top of that one. She is ultra impressive. Good pair to go 1 and 2. Gilt that comes next, we thought between 3 and 4, we thought this one balanced and proportioned better. She was better through her forerib and center body. She's got a big arm. She's got a functional kind of rear leg working in her. In comparison to the 2 gilts ahead of her, she's a little plainer through the front 1/3 of her body, a little crestier right there at the top of her neck, and then doesn't read with the same kind of bone and stoutness. But man, that is a very solid 3rd place Chester gilt. Compliments to the young men. Gilt that comes out next is ultra heavy bone, got a great big forearm, a loose, comfortable rear leg working in her. She just falls out of balance too much for us from the side. She's crestier at her neck. She's drier and harder through her forerib and mid-body. But man, that is a big functional rear leg. Gilt that's really solid there to go ahead and be in a 4-hole. Gilt that comes next, beautifully presented just in terms of her skin and hair. She's got a good fresh back in her. She's a little too upright in terms of her blade and front end. And then when you study her in terms of her rear third, her just hip and rump assembly and rear leg assembly, it's got to be more comfortable. She needs to be longer out of her hip and needs the hinge looser off of her rear too. But again, that is a fresh, well-presented, muscular kind of gilt. Compliments to the young lady. We worked through the rest of these, and man, what a solid set of gilts. There's some really heavy bone ones that need to be a notch better in terms of balance and build. Then we run into some that just need a little more rib and body. Good class to work through. Compliments to the young people. Nice job.
Congratulations to all of our top 10 in that last class of Chester Gilts. That concludes our last class of the Chester Gilts. And now we move on to the overall selection of the Chesters, that being champion Chester, reserve champion Chester, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Chester. So good luck to these individuals and their hard work being the top end of their classes and now competing for the $10,000 scholarship for champion Chester of the San Antonio Stock Show Purebred Gilt Show today. while they're evaluating the top 4 for a chance for the Chester breed champion. Let's go ahead and read off the placings from Class 61, the last class, the top 10. 10th went to Brady McLarimore. 9th went to Presley Elston. 8th went to Braden Fortis. Oh, they're going to talk. Sorry, guys.
Well, if you would, let's put our hands together, congratulate the 4 young people on an outstanding set of Chester Gilts. You know, if you watch our body language or our conversation, it's no secret that it comes down to a pair of them. And I told Joe, it's eerie how similar they are in terms of their muscularity, how similar they are in terms of their body cavity, how similar they are in terms of their muscle shape. Deciding factor for us between the 2 Gilts. One of them reads a notch stouter. Same Gilt is just so much more comfortable in terms of the way she plants at the surface and drives out of her hip and rear leg. That's a young lady in the blue right here. She's got your champion.
Congratulations to Bradley Byers from Bell County, Florida, your champion Chester Jones. Coming out next, second to Class 61 was Ian Davis from Madera County, 4-H.
Man, no secret. We thought it was close between that pair. And, you know, young lady's Gilt here wants to tighten just a fraction out of her hip and hind leg and didn't read to be quite as stout. But that champion's one we think an awful lot of. Same to be said here, man. There's so many good things tied together. Look, shape, muscle, balance. That's a dang good Chester Gilt. She's reserved. Well, man, what an excellent Chester show it's been. There's a couple Gilts you can make a case for as we get ready to tie 3rd overall. The one we're going to tie 3rd, we'd like to lengthen her hip and maybe free her up just the shade behind. But when you get on top of this female, she's as impressive as any Gilt of any color we've seen thus far today. Young man's Gilt right here is 3rd overall. We get ready to tie 4th, the one we're going to tie next, just in terms of design, build, proportions, everything fits and balances so well. She's not the stoutest in the world, and she's got a bad attitude right now, but we think she's, again, equally a good Chester Gilt. Young man right here is 4th overall. One we're going to tie 5th is one that we think we saw earlier in the day. Ultra stout, still got a really loose, comfortable rear leg. Young lady right here has got your 5th overall.
That completes our Chester Gilt show. Now we're going to move on to the Poland Chinas. There's only 2 classes of Poland Chinas today. They're going to do the initial sort of the first class. Once I have all that, I'll get back to you on how many are in the class and what the date ranges are. Still waiting on that paper, but when I get it, I will be happy to tell all you guys listening at home, at work, or in the car kind of where we're at and what our numbers are for these 2 classes.
As they get ready for the Poland Chinas, I wanted to give you the results as far as on the boar sires of how things lined up here. For our champion, Chester, that was out of the RKKO Big Screen. And then our reserve champion was also out of the same boar. So that was pretty domination there for your champion reserve. Big Screen dominated that. And then we go into the third overall, and it was out of the second place out of Class 61. That was Retchen, was the boar sire on that one. And the fourth overall was also Retchen, which was the first place out of the first or the youngest class, which was Class 58. And then our fifth overall also came out of the youngest class. It was a Perfect Fit. That was the second place in that class. So there's what we have on the sires. Looks like the Big Screen and the Retchen was the dominant boar sires in the Chester show, but we had some others there that did well too, being the Perfect Fit, being the second in Class 58. The Burner Phone took both first and second in Class 58. And Didn't Go was second in Class 60. And so that kind of winds up our Chester show on the boar sire. We're getting, the judges are fixing to or have started, I can't see behind me, the Poland Chinas. That'll be Class 67. There are 40 in the head, 40 head in this class, and the birth dates range from July 29th through September the 1st. It is a smaller type show. For the Poland Chinas, it is only two classes. Both classes are in the 40s, so the second class, which is Class 68, and the last class of the day would be 41. So just two classes of Poland Chinas in the show. A little background about our Poland Chinas. The scholarship program for that breed started in 1997. It was the first scholarship given or presented in that year was to Jessica Greenway, and last year's recipient was Cole Raines, who won the last year's scholarship. Like we've got two in the pen so far and one out in the arena. Feeling really frisky, by the way. It's kind of putting on its own entertainment.
So I'm sure Dad's already told y'all, but there's 40 head in this class. It's a big class. There will be definitely some weight variation in this class. The dates on these gilts in this class, class number 67 of the Poland China gilts, there's 40 in the class, and it ranges from July 29th through September 1st. So we're going to see some different size hogs out here, but like Wayne had said earlier today, the judges do a good job. It doesn't matter if one's a little bit smaller in kind in the class. If it's what they're looking for, it's what they're looking for. It doesn't matter if it weighs 350 pounds or 200 pounds. Looks like they have six Polands pulled back for a change to the top 10 placings. There are 2 in the big arena right now to be reevaluated by our judges after the first initial sort. 40 head in this class. There's only 2 classes of Poland Chinas today. Kind of a breed that, you don't see a whole lot of people showing Poland Chinas anymore, and it's a wonderful breed, great breed of Gilts. And the breed in general is a great breed. But you just don't see as many people showing Poland Chinas anymore. It's kind of like the Landrace breed. It's kind of fallen off in the number of pigs they show in comparison to some of our other purebred breeds. But still, through and through, a very, very good breed of hog. Looks like they have 7 now. Pulled back. Now 8 in the holding pens for a chance at the top 10 placings in this class. Only 25% of this class gets a ribbon, so it's a very deep, very big class. So if you make the top 10 in this class, kudos to you, because very, very difficult looking class from what we can see in quality. 9 pigs are pulled back in the arena, in the holding pens, while we only have 2 in the big pen right now. Looks like we have a total of 11 pinned back now for the Poland Chinas here in the first class. Only 10 get a ribbon, but they're pulling a few more than what they need for the ribbons, but at the same time it gives them an opportunity to really sort through a very, very deep class of what appears to be shaking out in the Poland Chinas class. After class 67, we'll move on to class 68. And in class 68, there are 41 head in that class, and born dates range from July 1st through July 28th. Right now in class 67, like I said, there's 11 pulled, and we have now gone to 7 pigs in the big holding arena for a secondary evaluation by both Mr. Hilty and both Mr. Grinstead.
Looks like the judges have finished their first sort, and they're back out into the big arena at this time. And looks like we've got 12 in the pen so far. As Landon was saying, we placed 10 of them. So it looks like they're not going to pull any this time out of this group, but there'll be 2 that won't make the top 10. So
yeah, like you said, they have 12 pin back in the holding pins here, and once these young individuals exit the arena here, Mr. Hilty giving fist bumps to them. It's just very professional with these young individuals, you know, treating them like adults, and they are young adults, most of them, but just treating them the right way, and that's what you'd like to see in 2 judges. We've now started pulling the pigs out of the individual pins, and it looks like right in the gate, or right out of the gate, right back in the gate. First one looks like it's going to be at the top part of the class, based on what Mr. Hilty just saw. First 2. Right out of the pin, right back in the pin. So they're going to be at your top end of the class. This may be one of those ones where he pulls 6 or 7 back, Wayne.
Could be very possible.
First 2 he pinned back very quickly.
Yes, he did.
The young lady in the pink just got put back in her pin for a chance at the top end of the class. He has 3 pinned back, and he's gone through almost half of them, or about half of them so far, evaluated half of them. Still 4 sitting out there in the pins waiting to be evaluated. Just sent the young lady in the green back to the holding pin for a chance at the top end of the class. Sent the young man back, so it looks like he's got 5 pinned back so far for the top end of the class, and 1 more to go through. And based on what I see in this class, he's going to start placing these individuals. Yep, that's where he's going for. He's going for the little tokens. So he's probably going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and then 10th. Because there is 12 in this class, so I have a feeling he's going to start with 6th place and work his way down to the bottom.
I agree.
Young man in the blue checkered is going to be your 6th place individual. Young lady in the striped blue shirt with blonde hair is going to be your 7th place individual. Young lady in the light blue long sleeve looks like she's going to be the 8th place individual, or 7th place individual. Excuse me, 8th.
No, it is 8th.
8th. 9th place looks like it's going to be awarded to the young lady in the pinkish shirt. And 10th place goes to the young lady in the black shirt. Shaking the hands of the other 2 individuals left standing out there. They're going to go back to their pins, and then we're going to move on to the 5 that he's pinned back for the top 5 individuals here. After this class, like I said, we're going to move on to class number 68, which is the last class of the Poland Challenge. We only have 2. We're bringing out the top 5 individuals to be evaluated for the top 5 from 5th place down. And he may pin some back like he's done in the past, where he pins back 1 or 2 to be at the very, very top end of the class, and then places them and leaves the 3rd one out there and evaluates from there. But or he could place them all right here.
You're driving a Ford pickup, dark color, JXC 3279. Looks like it's outside.
They've got one more to bring out. And I think, Wayne, just kind of judging what they're doing here, they haven't pulled any back, so I think they're going to bring that other 5th individual out there and then start placing them. I don't think they're going to pull any back.
That could be real possible.
Possibility?
Oh.
Hey, you have one more to pull out. Sorry, Will. He's already going to start placing. He's got one more to pull out. Here we go.
Fair chance now, Will.
He's seeing black and white right now. Could it be because the
Absolutely.
pigs are black and white, potentially?
Could be. Maybe.
All right, 5th place goes to the young lady in the green. They're talking about how they're going to match these up here. So, okay, these 2 over here look similar in kind. These 2 look similar in kind. So, I think that's what it's going to come down to. You have 2 that look very similar in kind in the top end, 2 that look very similar in kind in the bottom end, and figuring out which package they want to start with. They have 4 individuals left out here for the top 4 placings in the first class of the Poland Chinas of the Gilt show here at San Antonio. Turns out to be a very salty class here. Young lady with the glasses will be 4th place. Third of the young man in the kind of grayish. And now we have the young man in the green and the young lady in the pink left for the top 2 individuals here. So let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah, and think that one was put in the 5th pan originally.
Poor girl in the pink shirt. Her pig's acting up on her a little bit. Doesn't want to cooperate. Kind of grouchy. I guess her pig didn't have its coffee this morning. Young lady in the pink is 1.
Absolutely.
And the young man in the green is 2nd. Here we go.
Well, a really good way to start off our Poland Guild show out here, and I really thought we had some good quality to work through down in this particular drive, even as we get on down the line. Ultimately, the one that we land on out here, to me, is just the boldest. She's the most open there. When you study that one, feeding out of the backside of her blade, yet she's still level and flat back. That one's got a big hind leg that works and reaches well. We won't tell you she has the best attitude, but I think when you study them in terms of stoutness, fresh freshness, proportionality, and reach, I think that's the logical place to start for us in this particular drive. I think if you study them from the side, just in build and design, you have to appreciate this gilt that's going to be in second. That one's a neat looking one there ahead of her blade. She's good there in terms of her silhouette and the way her rib cage lays in her there from the side. Though I think when you study this one, she wants to work just a bit farther forward in terms of her blade. Didn't see that one just feeding out of the backside of her shoulder with as much just shape and turn and power as that one that we use there to beat her. I think too, when this one goes right away from you, she's got to have just a shot more there in the seat of her pants to get around the one that's just ahead of her. But that's a quality gilt, very highly presented. My compliments to that young man on a job well done. Really an intriguing one comes out here next, and if you like them big and bold and opened up, this is the one that you'd gravitate to, because she comes at you the boldest and the widest coming out of the pen. That one's got a big flat fresh back laid in her too. Her added width though I think works just to her detriment just a bit out here. She wants to get going just a bit quicker geared. She wants to push and plant there in her elbow up front. She needs to reach better just there in terms of the set she has to her hind leg. She wants to plant and shuffle there going away as well. Really a flat back one here that comes out next that's still neat and trendy and stout in terms of her jawline. I think when you step off of this one, she falls out of balance the most. She gets a little lower set up front. She doesn't blend just as well there in terms of her ham loin. It's just struggled to piece that one together as well from the side. But again, you got to appreciate the added back shape, the big forearm that one has. Really a big flat backed one comes out next here. Didn't read that one just as attractive there in terms of her throat. She wants to fight the young lady. Maybe just tightens up the most out here in terms of reach and length of step. We got some quality gilts that continue to work their way out on down the line. Another one that's neat looking from the side. Got to just open and spread that one a bit more at the surface as we continue to work down the line. Again, gilts that got some shape and power. Just got to tweak them a bit structurally. Really good class. Again, help me congratulate them if you would as they exit.
Those of you just tuning in with us, we just completed class number 67 of the Poland China Gilts. We're moving on to class 68. There's 41 head in that class. We're doing the initial first sort, and there is 41 in that class. Date ages range from July 1st through July 28th, and this will be the final class of Poland Chinas. Then we'll move on to the overall selection of the breed. In class 67, I wanted to read off the names of the top 10 individuals here. You'll see it flashing at the bottom of your screen, but I'm going to go ahead and announce them as we're sorting class number 68 here. In 10th place, we had Hensley Hortz. In 9th place, we had Gentry Phipps. 8th place went to Kenna Schramm. 7th place was awarded to Hailey Hunter. 6th place went to Case Kelso. 5th place went to Kinsley Burns. 4th place was awarded to Sawyer Omby. 3rd place was shown by Carson Dillard. 2nd place went to Cross Kelso. And the winner of Class 67 of the Poland China Gilts was Peyton Easter of Tahoka FFA. Congratulations to the top 10 in this class. Class 68 here. We've got 5 pin back so far for a chance to make the top 10, and there's 4 in the big pin as we speak. I'm going to pass it over to Wayne. He's got the sires for class number 67 of the Poland China Gilts.
Okay, so our first place our first place was sired by Rain Zero, coming in hot. Our second place was the SDPV Grust Triple D. Again, that's Grust Triple D, and that was for our second place sire.
Looks like the guys have 7 pin back now, and there are 5 in the big pin for a second evaluation. Once they complete their first initial sort, you'll see in the back here, for those of you tuning in, Will is going to be the first initial judge, where he will point them either forward or sideways. If he points forward, that means they get pinned for a chance at the top 10. If he points to the right, he will go to the secondary judge, which is Joe, and Joe will evaluate it to either go back to the pin or go to the big pin for an evaluation between the two at the completion of the first initial sort. As of right now, we have 10 of them already in holding pins back here for a chance at the top 10 placings. Doesn't mean he won't pull 12 to 14. With the class being so big, I could see him pulling between 12 to 14 for from the first initial sort, and then go out in the big pin and see if there's anything out there that might match up with what they've already pinned in a bigger spot.
Well, we've got a little break here. I just want to say a big thanks to Taylor Ford Webcasting for allowing us to do this show here, and for them providing the service needed so that you guys out there can view and see this show out either in your office or out from your home. And it's great that we can get more people involved to see these young people and see their efforts for their hard work. Kind of some things about the scholarship program. San Antonio gives $85,000 in scholarships to the Junior Breeding Gilt show.
Wow.
And, if you've just joined us for just the Poland China show, you can win $10,000 if you win the breed. The reserve breed on through the 5th overall just wins awards in that respect, but they need to be recognized and have bragging rights as well. If they are fortunate enough to be a supreme, they can get an added $5,000 to it for a total of $15,000.
And while we're talking about the Poland China breed, give you a little background on it coming from the pork checkoff. In the early 1800s, Poland China hogs originated in Ohio. Today, Poland China hogs are known for their large frame, length of body, leanness, and muscle. They are also known as excellent feeders, gaining under well gaining well under good care and management. So they're easy feeding hogs when it comes to a lot of different things they come by in their breed. Right now, currently, looks like they have 13 pigs pulled back in their top end here, and I think they are almost about done in the back. Once they finish up back there, they're going to come in the big pen, and these young individuals out here, it looks like there's about 7 of them so far that have a second shot to potentially be pinned back by the 2 judges working together to see if there's anything in there that they want to keep back for a potential spot at a placing ribbon. If not, the judges will send them back to their pens, and then we will start evaluating the pigs that are pinned back. I think we have 14 potentially now, based on the crowd noise, that have been pinned back. So that's a lot to go through. Leave several left standing, but at least they're getting the opportunity to show for an actual placing ribbon. So that's kudos to them. I know they're going to show very hard, and the judges are going to take their time and make sure they do it right. Judges have made their way to the big arena to see if there's anything they want to keep back. Looks like they've pulled 15 pigs so far. And the judges have decided to send all these individuals back to their pen. Congratulations for getting a second look from these individuals and their hard work that they put into it. We will now move on to the judging of the 15 pigs that they have put in holding pens for a chance at a top 10 spot here. We've just now started the initial sort of the 15 that these gentlemen have pulled back. First pig was let out of the gate. Looks like that young lady who was second one out of the gate is now being brought back to her pen for a chance at the top spots. They've done this all day and all day yesterday. If they really like your animal, they'll pull you out and then send you back to your pen. Young lady in the black was sent back to her pen.
We have 2 so far.
And they made their way through 4 of them so far. Like I said, they've got, sending another one back.
Hey.
That's 3 pinned back. I have a feeling there will be 6 or 7 pulled back in this class.
Especially the way it's running right now.
Yeah.
Which is good. Means it's really a deep class.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was thinking, Wayne. Sent that other young lady back too. Made it almost halfway through the sort. Half of them have been brought out in the big arena. Almost half. I thought there was 15. There's actually 16 pigs that they pulled back in this class. Got 7 more to go through. So far, they've pinned 4 back for the top end of the class, with several still to evaluate for the first time together. Went ahead and sent the young man with the green striped shirt back to the pen for a chance at the top spots. Apologies, I thought it was the young man in the green. It's the young lady in the black shirt. Looked like he was pointing at him, but I guess that was...
Well, they were right next to each other.
Gotcha. Du sprechen Sie Deutsch, Junge?
Ganz bisschen.
Kleine bisschen. Ray Pionzik asked us to speak a little German. Hope you guys understood what that meant. A lot of pigs out here in the big ring right now. They've actually sorted through all of them now from the initial sort. Pinned back another young man with a black vest. So there's 6 pinned back for the top spots in this second class, class number 68 of the Poland China Gilts. Pinned back another one, little kid in the blue and white shirt. That makes 7, so it's a pretty deep class then. I have a feeling from here on out, he's going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th place and send the rest back to their pens. So looks like the young lady in the black and red shirt will be 8th place. Followed by the taller young man with the blue plaid shirt on. He was 9th. And that leaves one more placing ribbon before we compete for the last part of our class. That's the lady with the striped black and white shirt with the scarf on. She was 10th place. Now we're going to go and evaluate the 7 that he pinned back after releasing these individuals back to their pin. Congratulations on all their hard work and showing out there for a chance to compete in a very difficult class for the top 10 spots. Moving on to the top 7 in class. And I think in this case, Wayne, just based on numbers here, he may pin a few back to the pin for the very, very, very top spots.
I would sure think so, especially with, having 7 out here to evaluate again.
That way he doesn't have so many to try to sort through, and it kind of, what I could say, like when you have too many out there, it almost looks like just blood, it's like blood in the water. Like you can't distinguish what's what at that point when you have too many out there. And that way you can establish a pattern as well. Sent the young lady in the, I guess that's like a khaki looking.
Yeah, I think it's a tan looking shirt.
Mm-hmm. She got sent back early on the last sort as well. So they must be pretty high on that Poland China there. Starting to warm up here in San Antonio, Texas. Like I said, it was 39 this morning. I have a feeling it feels more like about 60-something. They have the fans going on in the barn now. Still in my jacket, but I'm fixing to shed some layers here in a minute, I believe. Young lady in the corner over there is getting pinned back. Kind of a maroonish looking shirt, floral looking shirt. You on the podcast can see it probably way better than we can.
Just pinned another one, the lady or the girl in the black shirt.
She was the one that I got confused on a while ago with the kid in the green, wasn't she?
Yes, yes, and now we have 3 pinned back so far. Like we're going to go ahead and place them on down.
So he's got his top 3 or potential top 3 here.
Looks like he's going from 7th back up is what it
7th
looks
back
like.
up. Okay, gotcha. Which and that's in the case if you have one left standing, you might pull these other 3 out.
And then compare them again because that has happened before. We've seen them move up.
Absolutely. And he may have the 3 he wants to keep for the top 3. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to let that young man continue to show with these other 3 and see how it compares up to these other 3 that they're fixing to bring out. Polands are being a little stubborn this morning, or this afternoon. I guess I don't even know what time it is. Almost afternoon. Bringing these other 3 out that they pin back. They have all 4 gilts out here. Should start narrowing it down from 4th down to 1st. Young lady in the black was 4th.
Already the young boy is in the blue has already moved up one.
He's worked his way up from the bottom all the way up to the top 3 here. So that goes to show you good showmanship and presentation. The judges can go a long way and move you up in the class. In this case, you know, he was down in the top 7, bottom 7, and now he's worked his way up to the top 3. Doing a great job out there showing. Young lady in the khaki was 3rd.
Moved up to the top 2 now.
Up to the top 2. I have a feeling he's going to maybe get pinned 2nd here, but we'll see. They keep coming back to him. Boy will be 2, I think. We're going to find out, though, here in a second. They're evaluating them together, talking their reasons, where they want to go from here. Oh, no.
Oh, he won it.
He won it.
Oh, wow.
Went from the bottom to the top. There's a great Cinderella story come out of nowhere kind of moment right there. That is awesome.
Yep,
that is awesome. That just goes to his showing ability here.
It's that tail.
Let's hear what
being
Joe has to
straight
say.
We
out.
think just a really fun class to study and break down out here. And though this one didn't just initially hit us as hard, again, one like we talked about earlier, tail set's just a little different there. But when you roll your sleeves up and you dig in on studying this one, boy, this one's so good in so many areas. And it starts at the front part of her body. I mean, that one's jawbone and chest is incredible. She's still neat looking there ahead of her blade. That's a big bendy forearm and a good set to her shoulder blade up front. She's really good in terms of her back shape. I like the pliability she has to the center part of her body. We think her length of hip and her range of motion is as good as any in this particular class from behind. I love the bend and flex to her hock and hind leg, and yet you still don't have to sacrifice stoutness. I think just a good build, highly presented one that brings several extras to the table. My compliments to this young man on working his way up in a really solid class to work through here. This one that comes next, boy, this one is big up high. She's taller at the top side of her shoulder. She maybe comes just a little higher there in terms of her neck set and the way it ties. When you step in behind this one, though, she wants to wrinkle ever so slightly there in terms of how she blends into her ham loin. Didn't think this one's just length of hip and reach stay just as durable and tough there through the remainder of the drive as that one that wins. But still, that one's bulky. That one's neat looking from the side, and I appreciate that about that one. Boy, if you like extras in terms of stoutness and density, then I could see how you would fall in love with this gilt. I mean, this one too is so bold in her forearm. That's a big flexible hind leg she has working. Though when you step off the side of this one, we struggle to just get her to balance as well. She's a little shorter headed up front. Most importantly, she's a little shorter there at the top side of her hip. Just throws her balance off ever so slightly, but that's a stout, rugged one there for sure. This one that comes out next, another one that's really neat in terms of the shape to her head. She's big in terms of her chest. That's a big, flat, fresh back laid in that one. Of the initial four, we thought she got the frailest at the ground in terms of feature. Again, too, she wants to step and swivel just a bit more there from behind, but I like that one's freshness and I like her shape. The one we drop out next for the young lady, another one that's stout in terms of her skull. She's big and fresh in terms of her back as well. She's robust there in the center part of her body. That's a wide pin set and a dimensional hip and hind leg. She gets the shortest up front in terms of her neck set. She's the most forward there in terms of her blade and knee. Got to just redesign her there, make her just a shot better up front. As we continue to work down the line, we drop out another one that gives us a neat look from the side. Again, one we just struggled to balance a bit more in terms of length of hip and front end. A really good class of them, again, that comes with some extra quality. Ones we just maybe got to stouten up, tweak a hind leg or two, but a really good class. Again, my compliments to them as they exit.
That concludes Class 68 of the Poland Chinas. We're going to move on to select the overalls, and then promptly followed by the Yorkshire breed.
Well, just a pair of classes here in the Poland show, but a good pair of them out here to study and evaluate, no doubt. And they're a little different, and that's okay. I think they both represent quality and come through some really good classes. When we get them out here together and we start studying them and breaking them down, there's one for us that's just so good built. She's so good balanced. She's really tall and elevated at the top side of her shoulder. I think she's one that comes to us with a bit more punch in terms of her forerib. I love the flex and bend she has to her hind leg. You talk about balance, proportionality, functionality, and yet still tying some extras into it. We like this one to win. My compliments to her. We dropped that second in, and we certainly don't change the quality any out here. We thought there was another one, though, that's just so rugged, so stout, so unique in terms of her jawbone and the set she has to her front end. Maybe just a little lower set than that champion, but this one's still awfully unique and awfully good. We like this young man's Class 2 winner to be reserved. Congratulations to him. Well, just a pair of them remain out here in contention to tie into 3rd and 4th overall. Again, still a really good pair of them. It's been a fun show to work through. I think there's one out here that's just really good build, good balance. We like the flex to her hind leg. We like this one to be 3rd. This one will be 4th out. My compliments to both of them as they exit.
That completes our Poland China show. Moving on now to the first class of Yorks. Wayne is going to get you the breeding on everything on the sire side here shortly. Before we get to that, we'll go ahead and talk about the first York class. We're going to class number 74 now. There's 38 head of York Gilts in that class. Date ranges are from July 31st all the way through September 1st. So there'll be a little variation, about a month's difference. So there might be some size variation in this class, but definitely not going to be in the quality for sure. The quality is going to be pretty stout, I think, in the Yorks here. So I'm going to pass it over to Wayne for the sires for the champion, reserve, and 3rd and 4th overall Poland China Gilts here.
Okay, for our champion, it came out of Class 67, and it was Rain Zero coming in hot. Then for our reserve, it came out of Class 68. It was the Foot Zero, All Due Respect. And then we went on and for the 3rd overall, and then they went back to the 2nd place out of Class 67, which was Grest Triple D. And then for the 4th overall, they went with the 2nd place out of the last class, Class 68, which was RLS1 Snake Farm. So there you have it. They're getting ready to sort the back for the Yorkshire, so we're excited to get started with them. Looks like they already got one in the pen and one out in the big arena. So we're 1-1 so far. So I'm sure Landon said something, but if you've just now joined us, this will be Class 74. We have 38 head in this class, and the birth date ranges from July 31st to September 1. So there's about a month total there in age. So we'll have some variations in sizes there. But as we have discussed throughout the 2 days, it really doesn't matter if they're that far apart. When they see one that checks all boxes, they're going to be in the top end. So anyway, good luck to these exhibitors.
For those of you who are just now tuning in, we are now judging the first class of Yorkshire Gilts. That would be class 74. There are 38 head in this class. Age ranges are from July 31st through September 1st. Right now, it looks like the judges have 6 pulled back so far, and there's several out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation from the judges after the completion of the first evaluation back behind us here. Historically, the judges have pulled between 12 and 10 to 12 today, anyways. Sometimes going up all the way to 16, like you did in like they did in one class. But historically, it's been about 10 to 12. We have 10 placing ribbons. So welcome, and we'll be in touch and kind of keep you guys posted on as the classes go down. After the completion of this class, we're going to move on to class 75. There are 4 classes of Yorkshire Gilts today, followed by the overall selection of the York Gilts. And from what I've been told, we're going to take a break after the Yorks and have a little lunch break and have a set time for when the Supreme Drive will start for the overall selection of the Purebred Gilts. We'll let you know and fill you in as we know something kind of on a set time. Just depends on where we run on the Yorkshire classes and how long it takes to get us through these. But like I said, we are going through the first class, and they finished up their first initial sort. Both Will and Joe are in the big arena now, looking to see. I guess they still need 2 more to complete out their 10 placings. So I feel like they're going to pull at least 2. They've already pulled 1. The young lady in the purple is moving back. Okay, now they have 10. There was one young lady still doing her registration paper stuff in the back. So they have 10 now for their top 10 placings, but seeing if they're going to pull any more. Yep, they went ahead and pulled another one. And now they're going to release the rest of them back to their pens. Congratulations to these individuals for getting a second look. Moving on, looks like we have 11 here for a chance to place in the top 10. Judges, after they release these individuals back to their pens, they're going to start with the first pin and kind of move down the row. And for those of you who've just tuned in or have been watching, they're going to pull a few back for their top end and place from 10th down. First one is now coming out of the gate. So the second pig pulled out is now going back to the pen to be in the top end of the class. He'll do that with several. They usually pin back about 3 to 4, sometimes more, depending on the depth and quality of the class. So far, out of the 3 he's pulled out, he's moved 1 back. Now 2, the young lady is now going back to her pen. Went ahead and the young lady in the red just who just was released, is now being brought back to be the top part of the classes. So far, he has 3 pulled back for the top end. He's made his way through about half the class so far after the initial sort. This is where the guys get to work together and see these pigs as a whole versus being in separate pens evaluating them. Young lady in the peach, corally looking shirt is making her way back to being pinned. So now they have 4 pinned back. Still have 1 more to bring out. Just bring the young man out here. And I'll kind of fill you all in how they place him as we see them pinning him back. So he's either going to go from bottom up or top down. We're going to figure it out here in just a minute. But he has 4 pullbacks so far for his top end of the class. He has the buttons in his hands now, so I think he pulled the 4 that he wants to keep. Looks like the young lady in the purple is going to be our 4th place. No, excuse me, 5th place. 5th place. The young lady in purple is 5th place. Young man in the khaki shirt is 6th. Young lady in the black is 7th. While they're placing, they're bringing the next class of Yorks to the back holding pens to be ready for sorted. Young in the pink was just placed. 8th. Young lady in the red is 9th. Now we're pulling out our top 4. A little confusion on the last 3 here. We'll figure that out here in just a minute. So we do apologize there. But right now we are pulling out the top 4 in the class. Two of the 4 are out in the ring right now. The other 2 are in holding pens, waiting evaluation. And from this point on, now that he only has 4 left, what they're going to do is they're going to bring all 4 out, evaluate them, and then place 4, 3, 2, 1. Once again, this is the first class of Yorks, class number 74. There was 38 head to start. Now we're down to the final 4. Class 75 is making their way to the back holding pens for the first sift and evaluation after the guys talk this class. Young lady in peach was 4th. The young lady in the blue shirt was 3rd. And now we have the young man and the girl in the red for the top 2 individuals here in the first class of Yorks. Guys taking their time on these two, very, very close and kind, and trying to figure out which one they want to use to start the class off. Looks like they made. Yep, young man is second, and the young lady in the red is first in the class. We're going to hear from Mr. Hilty and listen to his evaluation on this class.
Well, I think a nice pair of gilts to get started here with in the Yorkshire breed, and gilts that contrast and differ in terms of their type and kind. We elected to use the young lady in the red because we read her gilt to be the stoutest and the best in her skeleton. Her setting angle to her shoulder blade allows her to reach more comfortably up front. She's got a longer, leveler hip and just a more flexible rear leg, coupled with the fact that she's just a stouter animal, is what allows her to go ahead and win this particular drive. No doubt the one in second is the muscle gilt of the pair. A beautiful presence and look ahead of her blade, bold in her chest, and so fresh and shapely when you get right on top of her. Once they get a little rounder out of her hip and rump and just doesn't flex and go with the same kind of reach and authority as what the class winner does. Also read her to be a notch frailer just in terms of her foot, bone, and overall feature, but a good pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2. Man, the gilt in 3, once you get past the point that she's plenty moderate, that is a neat Yorkshire gilt. That's a beautiful kind of Yorkshire head in terms of just her stoutness to her nose and her jawbone there, and just her head is just unique to me. And I guess maybe I think too much of it, but that is a beautiful kind of Yorkshire head on that gilt. And then she transitions into a big, soft, pliable kind of rib cage. She's got a bendy, flexible rear leg. She wants to get a little easier in terms of her top line, and then just gets entirely too moderate in terms of her length of cannon and how big of a hog she's ever going to be, but a very interesting gilt to go ahead and be in the 3-hole. One that comes next is bold and opened up and got worlds of muscle working through her chest, and on top of her skeleton opens into a great big hip and stifle. She wants to get a little coarser in terms of her hock joint, wants to get a little crestier right there at the top of her neck. We just need to make her better looking up front, need to coordinate her in terms of the way she hinges and goes behind. One that comes next is a gilt that reads good from the side in terms of proportionality and look. She's too closed up when she comes right at us. Get right in behind her. She wants to push her hock too far outside of her body. Work through the rest of these, some gilts that need to be busted open in terms of when they come right at you. Then we run into some feet and leg issues, but certainly a nice class to work through to get started in the Yorkshire breed.
Well, that completes our first class of York Gilts. We are now moving on to the first initial sort of class number 75. There are 39 head in this class. Date ranges are from July 13th through July 30th, followed by class 76 and 77. This will be the second class of York Gilts today. There are 4 total classes of York Gilts. For those of you listening and wanting to know, after the Yorks classes are finished, we're going to bring the first and second places back from each class of Yorks, judge for our overalls in the York division, and we will have a set time for the Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall selection for you guys to tune into. I think we're going to take a lunch break after the York breed is finished, and then we're going to follow that after the lunch break with the selection of the overall Grand and Reserve at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show. We will keep you up to date on when that time will be for those of you who want to tune in for the Supreme overalls. And in the meantime, Wayne is getting the sires for that first class of Yorks put together so you guys know the breeding side, on the sires at least, of the last class we just judged, which would be class 74.
Okay, there the judges are sorting class 75, and there are 39 in that class. The birth dates range from July 13th through July 30th. I have the boar sires of our class winner in our second place in class 74, which they just had finished. And for our first place or class winner, the boar, she was sired by Full Circle 95-1. And then for our second place in that class, it was sired by Gemstone 9-1. Again, our class winner was sired by Full Circle 95-1. Our second place in class was sired by Gemstone 9-1. Looks like we've, of course, the judges are sorting at this point. Have not seen any in the pen just yet, but we do have 3 in the big arena. We just had one show up, so we have 1 in the pen and 3 out in the big arena so far for class 75 first sort. Looks like we've got 5 pens so far, and we've got 6 out in the big arena. A little background on the scholarship for the Yorkshire breed. The first Yorkshire scholarship that was issued was back in 1996. It was also one of the first breeds when they started the scholarship program for $6,000, and it was awarded to Cecil Patrick. And then last year's winner, just so you kind of remember who won last year, the 10,000 in the Yorkshire breed, it was Laney Campbell. So little background on the scholarships in the Yorkshire breed. Little background about the San Antonio Livestock Show. I know we all greatly appreciate all the hard work they've done in building premiums and building revenue for these kids so they can further their education. Little background on what they have done. They have put together over $243 million throughout the years that was awarded through scholarships, grant, endowments, auction, calf scramble program and show premiums. The first scholarships that were awarded occurred in 1984. Only 15 at that time scholarships were given, totaling a mere $90,000. They've come a long ways since then in all their efforts and the hard work of putting out that awareness to people to support these young people so they can further their education and be leaders in our community and in our lives as well. So another tribute about it is they've each year they give about 550 new scholars they add to the scholarship program. And of that, each year they issue about 1,500 active scholarships recipients. And so that's quite a few in that regard. But we appreciate all that San Antonio does for our young people. Getting back to our Yorkshire show, it looks like we have somewhere about 8 of them out here in the big arena. It looks like we've got 10 of them already penned in the pens.
And this is class number 75, but we have the results in for the class 74 top 10. You'll see it at the bottom of your screen, kind of going across the bottom, but we wanted to recognize those individuals in that class. In 10th place in class 74, the York Gilts, we had Delaney Hemming. 9th place was awarded to Marley Walford. 8th place went to Jalen Alanis. 7th place was Addison Horn. 6th place went to Juan Hernandez. 5th place was awarded to Ann Alonzo. 4th place went to Rayleigh Keene. 3rd place was shown by Dakota Nixon. 2nd place went to Landon Stovall. And our first place in class 74, the York Gilts, first class of Yorks for the day, went to Faith Doza of Clear Falls FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 individuals. Looks like a pretty deep class so far. Like Wayne said, we've got 11 pinned now back here in class 75. 39 head in this class. And we've got a total of about 2, 4, 6, 8 pigs, fixing to be 9, in the big pen for a secondary evaluation by both of our judges after they do their first initial sort of this class. Once again, we have 4 total classes of Yorks, this being the second class of Yorks for the day. 2 more classes after this and the selection of the overall Yorks. After the overall Yorks, we're going to take a lunch break and set a time for our Supreme selection and our Reserve Supreme selection of the overall Gilts at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show here at the Stock Show and Rodeo. Guys are now making their way out here, both Will and Joe, to evaluate these in the big pen. Like I said, they've got now 12 pigs pulled back. 10 placing ribbons are handed out per class. They're going to look and evaluate to see if there's anything back out here that they want to bring back in the pens to have a shot at placing the top 10 individuals. Looks like they've given the green light to send all these kids back to their pens. We want to give them a round of applause and thank you for making a second effort to get a second look at their animals.
They've pinned back the second one that they pulled out, the young lady in the black shirt.
And as well as the young lady in the lavender-looking shirt. Both fairly quickly. Now I have 6 individuals they've pulled out of the pins and pinned 2 of them back. Now 3, the young lady that just went out of her pin, is now going back to the pin for the top spots. Young man who just was pulled out of the pin is now going back as well in the white shirt.
So this is 4 now that have
makes
come
4.
back.
And they've evaluated now, total of 8 have been pulled out of the pins. 4 have been put back in for the top end. Just pinned another one. I believe the young man in the kind of purpley looking shirt. Legs 5 pulled back. And when we say pulled back, that means they're going back out for the top spots in the class. Like we said, there's only 10 placings. So these individuals that are going back are in the top end of the class. This young lady who just came out is the last one to be evaluated in this initial secondary sort. And he is sending her to be reevaluated in the top 6. So from here on out, Will is going to go and place the rest of them. I would think it'll be 7
through 10.
I agree. I totally agree. So it looks like the young man in the red will be 7th place. Young man in the black vest will be 8th place. Young man in the blue shirt will be 9th place. And young man in the light blue shirt will be 10th place. That'll wrap out the final spots of the top 10. Other 2 will exit the ring and head back to their pin. Congratulate them on getting to show out there for the top 10 potential. Now we're moving on to the 6 that he has pinned back for his top end of the class, and we will evaluate those for the top 6 in the class. The girl in the lavender he's putting back in the pin, so that'll tell me that he'll put a couple back.
Probably do somewhere maybe 2
to 3. Yeah, I think so too. They really like her gilt a lot, you can tell. Evaluating the top 6 here. 1 has been pulled back for the top end of the class so far. So far, he only has had one that he's sent back that they really, really like. They've got one more to go through here. Looks like they're going to be placing from 6 down here. They only have 5 pigs out there. They have 1 pig pulled back that they really like. So I have a feeling they'll place probably a few and then bring her back out there again. All right, the young lady in the light colored shirt is your 6th place. Fifth place is going to the young lady in the plaid. Now they're bringing that other one back out again. These will be for the top 4 placings coming up in the second class of York Gilts of the day. It's the second class of 4 York classes. That one just towers over the others in power and broodiness, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. No, I think she sticks out quite a bit. I feel like she's going to be the one that end up starting the class with, because she just excels in more of the check boxes
that they're looking for. I agree.
Yeah.
Young man in the white is 4th place. Young lady's going to be 3rd. Young man's going to be 2nd. And the young lady in the lavender will be 1st, and to no surprise in our eyes.
Right. Yeah, she's just a good, broody female.
Well, pretty easy decision as far as our class winner. The young lady here in the purple sweatshirt wins and does so pretty handily. That is a beautiful gilt from shoulder blade forward, her head shape, her length of neck, the way it ties on the top side of her skeleton. Same could be said for the way she transitions into the base of her chest. Step off to the side of her. She's soft and pliable through her forerib, yet maintains some strength at top, has some length of rump, and for one that has all the extras, she's as comfortable as any of them out here in terms of her range of motion and flexibility. That's a very good Yorkshire gilt to go ahead and win this particular drive. The gilt that's going to come in 2nd, we felt just had a better angle to her hip and hind leg, or maybe better utilization of her hind leg. She's a stout featured gilt in terms of her skull and arm. She's not the best skin and haired gilt in the world, and that maybe takes away from her a little, but when you analyze her for what she is, she's stout, she's big chested, and her reach off of her rear leg is where she beats the gilt that comes in 3. The gilt that comes in 3, another one with a beautiful kind of Yorkshire head, great big forearm, tremendous kind of body cavity. This gilt just can't go good enough out of her hip and rear leg. The young lady's worked her tail off to get her in gear and done a tremendous job trying to get her to go. That gilt, plain and simple, has got to reach better out of her hip and rear leg to move any higher in this class, but one we sure appreciate just in terms of her stoutness and extra feature. Wild looking one comes next in terms of just chest and back shape and muscle expression. She's as neat looking up through her head and neck as maybe anything in the class. She's the straightest off of both ends of her skeleton. She's straighter and more upright in her blade and front end, and then she just wants to stab and swivel too much up out of her hip and hock. She just needs more angulation up front. She needs more cushion, flex, and give on her rear too. Young lady's gilt that comes out next, one we got in a pen just in terms of a side view profile. That's a gilt that's tall-shouldered and got some shape. Wants to get a little shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump. And of the initial 4 or 5 gilts, we read her to be the driest, hardest, and flattest through her forerib and center portion of her body. Skin and hair's on point. Young lady does a nice job with that gilt. One that comes next is a good gilt from the side view profile. Look up front, range of motion off of both ends is good. She just needs to be bolder everywhere to get any higher. We work through the rest of these. Big muscled one that needs to go better. better behind, and then some just need to be better in terms of their feet and legs and their balance. Good class. Thought a really, really good kind of class winner. Compliments to the young people.
Well, that concludes our second class of York Gilts. Moving on to class number 76 here. In class 76, there are 37 head in the class. Date ranges are from July 5th through July 12th. And then after that class, we're going to move on to class number 77, which will be the final York class of the day. And like I said earlier a couple times, you know, the people who want to know when the Supreme Drive is going to be, what we're going to do is we're going to place all the York classes, select our champion and reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Yorkshire, and then take a lunch break and also set a time for when the Supreme and Reserve overall Supreme will be judged through all of our breeds today at the Purebred Show at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Right now we're on class number 76, the initial sort. Once again, there is 37 head in this class. Our results from class 75, as you'll see at the bottom of your screen, in the Yorkshire Gilts. 10th place went to JDK. 9th place was awarded to Jason Fleetman. 8th place went to Ethan Palamas. 7th place went to Dalton Wilson. 6th to Peyton Singleton. 5th place was awarded to Teresa Haynes. 4th place went to Slade Kirby. 3rd place to Lindley West. 2nd place to Keaton Fawn. And our first place in Class 75 of the York Gilts went to Kinsey Goldman of Belton FFA. Congratulations to these top 10. I'm going to hand it over to Wayne for the sires of the top 2 in Class 75 of the Yorkshire Gilts.
Okay, for our class winner, the sire of that gilt was Allstruck. It's NCH9 Allstruck. And then for our second place in that class, it was out of Commotion 264-2.
And that is the sires for our Class 75 Yorkshire Gilts. Moving on, we're down to Class 76 of the Yorkshire Gilts. There are 37 head in the class, and currently they have 4 pinned back for a chance at the top 10 spots. And there are 3 in the big pin right now who will get reevaluated once the judges do their first initial sort Thanks for tuning in to Taylor Fort Podcasting, which they made this possible for us at home or at work or in the car to be able to watch it if we're not here at the show today. You'll get a front row seat to the show, and they do a great job getting all the angles and making sure they get all the kids in the shots. Without them, this would not be possible. So we want to thank them for everything they do to make this possible for us who cannot be here today.
We're currently judging Class 76. We have 9 in the pen so far. And then out in the big arena, we have 4. If you've just now joined us, the class that they're judging has 37 in this class, and the birth date ranges from July the 5th through July 12th. After they finish this Class 76, we have 1 class of Yorks remaining. When we finish that class, we are going to bring back the first and second places and name our champion and reserve and 3rd through 5th overall. Or at least I think they'll go all the way through the 5th. I'm not sure, but definitely going to go through 4th, probably 5, I'm sure. Then at that point we will take a lunch break, and then stay tuned. We'll try to get back to you once we know. They have not set a particular time yet when they're going to have the Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall drive. So as soon as we have details on that, we will try to get back to you so you guys can join us and tune in and witness that event. Looks like we've got 11 pins so far, and we still have 4 out in the main big arena. Like the judges has finished the first sort, they're back in the large arena at this time. We have looks like we ended up with 11 pins so far, and we have 4 out here. We'll see if they put another one in there. If you haven't followed, they'll place 10 total. So looks like they're not going to keep any additional ones back, but just to get into this big ring out of 39 head is still a great accomplishment, and congratulations to these young people that were so close to making the top 10.
Here in class 76 here, it looks like we have, what, 11 pulled, Wayne?
Have 11 pulled.
Okay. So it looks like he's went ahead and pinned one back here. Young lady in the blue is going back to the pin to be in the potential top end of the class.
And the young man back in that red striped shirt.
He was the last one out.
Yeah, it didn't take them too long, very long, to make up their mind on his. And pinned the young lady in the striped shirt.
Yep, she was the last one out, too. Didn't take him too long. They were just going to want to evaluate. Oh, young man went in, took 10 steps, and went back.
Oh,
now he's going back to
goodness.
the pin. So they've got 4 pins so far. They're pretty high on that young man's pig. That they kept staring at it as he was walking away. Go and pin that one back, young ladies.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and place.
They have 5 pulled back for their top end of the class.
I'll
and
have
I'm sure
one.
they're gonna do. I bet that young man was 6 there.
Well, there'll be one that'll be left.
Young man here, or excuse me, the far end and kind of the light red was 7th place. Young man in the pink was 8th place. Young lady in the navy was 9th place, and the young lady in the red was 10th. Now we're going to move on in the class to the top 5 individuals that they pin back to place the top 5 in this class number 76. This is the 3rd class of Yorks of the Day, second to last class here. They've got 3 pulled out so far. They have 2 more to bring out of the holding pens in the top 5 here. And I don't know if they're going to pin any back again for secondary pinning for your top end. I think they're going to place from 5th down to 1st. Because sometimes they'll pull 1 or 2 and put them back again and place 2 or 3 and then bring them back out again.
We have the young lady in the stripe that just went in the 4th position, and they're going to analyze these last 3 for the top 3 placings.
And for those of you who are tuned in who want to know when the overall selection of the overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme are going to be, that is going to start at 2:30.
So the one in the purple stripe received the 1st place. The young man was
another really good class to work through, a class that maybe offers a little more depth here on the top end, yet the young man's a bigger outline gilt here, wins and does so pretty handily. That's a gilt that's got a beautiful kind of Yorkshire head on her. She's got a great big forearm. She's soft and pliable through the midsection of her body. She's fresh and shapely when you get on top of her. She's got a bendy, flexible rear leg and still just gives you a good proportional look from the side. That looks like a big-time Yorkshire sow someday. Compliments to the young man. The gilt that comes in second, I can get way in on this one from the side view profile. She's stout about her head, and then when you get into her mid-body, her turn and roll and curvature to her forerib is as good as anything within this class. Her length and levelness to her hip, the bend to her rear leg. There's some things about this one, to be honest with you, that I like over our class winner. It's just when she turns and comes right at me, she wants to close up too much from her knee to the ground. But that side view profile, that gilt right there, lights out in my opinion. Good job, young man. She's just got that one hole we need to fix. Young lady's gilt that's going to go ahead and be in 3, a bigger outline gilt that's sleek looking up through her head and neck. She's a gilt that, again, is good through the midsection of her body. When I step off to the side of her, she just wants to come in too many pieces. She wants to pull apart at her ham loin. She wants to get shorter and steeper out of her hip and rump. And then of the initial 3 gilts, we read that one just to be the frailest in terms of foot, bone, and feature. Gilt that comes next grabs a pen and works her way to the top end of this class just in terms of having a good fresh back line in her, and then her range of motion's good, her flexibility's good. We need to clean that one up from shoulder blade forward, particularly right there at the top of her neck and her crest, and then just stouten her a bit to match all the mass she's got up high. Young lady does an awesome job of getting that one driven. Gilt that comes out next, head shape's good. She's got a great big arm. She's got good shape to the midsection of her body. She's got good muscle when you get right on top of her. She just wants to wrinkle her ham loin too much. And then more importantly, this gilt just can't ever get comfortable out of her hip and hind leg. She needs to go better. She needs to cover more surface. She just needs to be more athletic in her range of motion. Gilt that comes next wants to close up too much underneath, gets too short hip. Then we run into some gilts that are a little flatter on their pasterns, and then gilts that just need to be better in terms of their feet and legs. Good class to work through. Compliments to the young people. Nice job.
That concludes Class 76 of the Yorkshire Gilts. Moving on to the final class of the day in the Yorkshires, Class 77. There were 39 head in that class, and the date ranges are from July 1st through July 4th. So very, very tight window there on the dates for fairing. So they should all be roughly the same size in class. After the Class 77 is completed, we're going to go ahead and select the overall champion Yorkshire, followed by Reserve Yorkshire, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Yorkshire. And after that, we're going to take a little lunch break. And for those who are wanting to know, the Supreme Drive is going to start at 2:30 today. 2:30.
Okay, the boar sire results of our the class we just completed, which was class 76. Both the class winner and the second place are both out of the same boar. They're both sired by King of Queens 9-6, and they are not litter mates. They're out of two different litters and two different breeders, but they're both out of King of Queens 9-6. If you've just joined us, our judges are in the back sorting the final class of the day and of the 74th annual San Antonio Livestock Show, Junior Breeding Gilt Show. It is class 77. There are 39 in that class, and the birth date ranges from July the 1st through July 4th. If you haven't kept up with our judges, our lead judge is Will Hilty, and and our associate judge is Joe Grinstead. So they've done a really outstanding job through both days. They've really kept their patterns together. They've worked outstanding together. Just been such a pleasant joy to watch these guys work these classes, and for Landon and I both to be able to just get a chance to view every one of these animals and evaluate them ourselves. Looks like so far in this class 77, we have 2 in the pen so far, and just received 1 in the big arena. So far 2 in the pen and 1 in the big arena. Now we have a second one in the big arena. And if you've just tuned in, this is the last class of the day. Once we get finished with it, we'll have the first and second places come up here, and they will select the champion in reserve of the Yorkshire breed, followed by the 3rd through 5th overall. At the conclusion of this Yorkshire show, we will have a lunch break, and just tune in to us. We'll try to let you know. They have not set a time, to my knowledge, yet of when they're going to have the Supreme Drive. But as soon as we know something, we'll try to reach out to our audience to let you guys know. I just found out the show, the Supreme Drive will occur at 2:30.
While they're doing the initial sort of Class 77, the final class of Yorks today, we're going to go and read off the placings. The top 10 in the Class 76 of the York Gilt Show here at San Antonio. 10th place went to Whitley Hitzfelder. 9th place went to Taylor Colvin. 8th place was awarded to Cannon Rosser. 7th place went to Campbell Real. 6th place was exhibited by Jordan Husson. 5th place went to Kelly for Rips. 4th place was exhibited by Addison Granberry. 3rd place went to Paisley Oglesby. 2nd place was Christopher Oglesby. And 1st place, the class winner in Class 76 of the Yorkshire Gilts, was represented by Cass Swearingen. Congratulations to all the top 10 exhibitors. Now we're moving on to Class 77. Looks like so far they've pinned back 9. And there are 7 of them out there in the big ring to get a second evaluation. They're still in the back doing the initial sort of this last class of York Gilts here. But at the conclusion of that, they'll go to the big ring to see if there's anything else they want out there to bring back for a potential spot at the top 10 in this class. At the conclusion of this class, we will be judging for the overall champion Yorkshire Gilt, reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Yorkshire Gilt. Then we'll be taking a lunch break. And for those who are wanting to know when the Supreme Drive is, it will start at 2:30 today. 2:30 for the Supreme Drive.
How are you? Okay. You having a good day so far?
Very deep class of Yorkshire Gilts here. The judges have just now excused everybody in the big ring. They have 13 pinned back currently for a chance at the top 10 spots, and we're pulling out the first one in the holding pin as we speak. They've already pinned one back for the top end of the class. What the guys are doing, for you who are just now tuning in, they're evaluating each one of these 13 right now for a chance at the top 10 spots, and if they really like your animal, they'll pin you back for a chance at the top spots.
Pinned another one here, the young lady.
Who just came out, yeah.
Didn't take him long.
10 steps and that pig's back. Very good, productive looking gilt, too.
Absolutely. Got some really good explosion through that chest floor and going away from you.
Absolutely. If you look at this, and we were talking about sizes, you know, these should be the biggest gilts. There's a small one in here, and it just got pinned back. See how much smaller that was? That must have been the run to the litter, I guess. Everything in here is about 350 out here, it looks like, and this one probably weighs, what, probably 210, 230 maybe? 2.5 feet sacks?
Well, that, like we discussed, they're doing things the way you would like to see it done. I mean, they look at overall of checking all the boxes, and it doesn't matter
how
on
big
size,
or how small,
which
right.
is great. I mean, I think that's important.
So far, they pinned 4 back for the top end. They still have another 3 to go, or 2 more to look through here. This is the last one coming out of the gate. Like I said, so far they pinned 4 back up until this point. And I'm not sure if they're going to pin any more back or not. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. They may pin 1 or 2 more back. Yep, they went ahead and just pinned her back, young lady, in the blue, light blue striped shirt. It appears, or checkered. And then they may pin 1 more back, if not, but it looks like no. They've pinned 5 back for the top end. Now they're going to be placed in 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. Young man in the pink. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, young man in the pink was 6th. They're evaluating for their 7th place right now. Like I said, top 5 are all pinned back, have not been placed yet. He'll go reevaluate those after he places 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th here. Young lady in the black was 7th. Young man in the blue was 8th. Ninth place was awarded to the girl in the, I guess more like a maroonish looking one. Young lady in the pink was 10th. Once the other individuals exit the ring here, they're going to go and reevaluate the top 5 and place them accordingly. This is the last class of Yorks of the day. Then we're going to bring all your 1st and 2nd places back for the overall selection of your Yorkshire breed, followed by a lunch break. And then at 2:30 today is when we're going to do our Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall selection, 2:30 today. They have 4 of the 5 out here in the ring, and the top 5 in the last class of Yorkshire Gilts here, San Antonio. One more to bring out, so now they're bringing the last one out. And I have a feeling they're going to just go ahead and place these. I think in the back of their mind they know kind of one that stands out, 1 or 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're not going to put them back.
Fifth place is to the young lady in the purple vest. Fourth place, the young lady in the lighter color blue shirt. Your top 3 consists of the young man. Oh, excuse me. Young lady in the multicolored shirt was the first place recipient. Young man in the blue was second. And the young lady in the pink was, I believe, third.
Yeah, I thought they'd probably use that one there.
I totally agree. It's a good.
As we begin to wind down the Yorkshire show and wind down our day, I think we've got a really high quality class to work through here on the top end. Young lady's Gilt that wins. When she sticks her head out the gate, she reads with a stout mug and a stout jaw, opens into a great big chest, has a round, robust kind of rib cage. You get on top of her and she's overwhelming with the amount of spread and dimension she's got up high, leaves you wide, true, and square. That's a really solid Gilt to go ahead and start this particular class. Young man's Gilt that's going to go ahead and come in second. We like her extra stoutness about her head and her arm and her rear leg. She just reads stout all over. She's not as good at the crest of her neck. More importantly, when she drives right at us is where we need to change her from her knee to the ground. And then she just doesn't read although we call her stout, she's not as stout as the Gilt that wins the class. But like I said, most importantly, need to square her up front. Gilt that comes in 3, her body shape, her muscularity, her proportions are all good. She reads the most refined in terms of foot and bone, particularly her head and her jawbone need to read stouter. But man, that's a fresh back. That's a muscular kind of Gilt that can still get out here and motor, does a lot of good things, really deep class here in the top end. Gilt that comes out next, we love her natural kind of high head care. She's a beautifully designed Gilt from the side view profile, the angle to her shoulder, length to her hip. And when you step right in behind this one, she's got as square as a behind leg as anything in the class in terms of just hock to ground or cushion to rear pastern, spread to her rear dew claws is all very, very good. She's just too dry through the midsection of her body, her forerib, her flank. She just needs to be bulked up in that center portion of her body. Gilt that comes out next. We said earlier in the show that they didn't have to be the biggest, they didn't have to be the fluffiest. There's some quality in this Gilt. When she gets off to the side, her head carriage, her jawbone, just her proportionality from the side, that is a very, very neat looking Yorkshire female. She just gets outmassed and outbulked. I'm intrigued to maybe know how that one's bred, or think if you get that one mated properly, there's some breeding value in that Gilt right there. She just needs more bulk and mass for us today. Gilt that comes next does have more bulk and mass. She's really square coming out of the back of her blade. Just her proportions for us. She wants to pull apart too much at her ham-loin junction, wants to flatten too much through her forerib, but certainly admire her just from a muscularity and shape standpoint. We work through the rest of these. We've got a big topped one here, needs to be square, needs to be better on her front feet, and then kind of some sort in terms of feet and legs as we work down through here. Really good class to wrap up our day. Compliments to the young people.
That concludes our last and final class of the Yorkshire Gilts. Now we're moving on to the champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt selection.
So before we start that, I've got the board results already from this last class. The class winner was sired by Slay 1 TikTok 3-3. And then the second place was sired by King of Queens 9-6. Looks like, in fact, the last 2 classes, 3 out of the 4 were out of Kings of Queen. They're starting to drive now.
After the selection of the Yorkshire Gilt drive, We're going to take a lunch break and then reconvene at 2:30 for our overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion Drive at 2:30 today.
Well, certainly a good set of Yorkshire Gilts. I know we've already done it once, but let's put our hands together again. Congratulate the young people on their class-winning Yorkshires. I think as we get the 4 Gilts out here, certainly quality represented within all 4 of them. I think there's one for us, though, and it starts when she sticks her nose out the gate. She's simply overwhelming in terms of her chest width when she comes at you. And for a big-chested one, she maintains squareness, chest, knee to ground. You work into her mid-body. She's good-ribbed. You get on top of her. She's simply overwhelming in terms of the amount of mass and spread she's got. Still stays square, sound, and flexible as she goes away. Very hard to make, very unique kind of Yorkshire female. Young lady right here. We thought it was relatively close between that gilt and another one. The one we're going to time reserve is so neat in terms of her extension up front. Got a beautiful kind of Yorkshire head. It's got the right kind of angle and cushion to her blade. She probably has the advantage over the gilt that just was champion in terms of her forerib and center body. She just wants to tighten a fraction behind. It doesn't reach with the same kind of flex and authority, but another very special kind of Yorkshire female. Young lady in the purple. Well, it gets even closer as we get ready to tie 3rd overall. We got a couple stout ones. We have a couple muscular ones that are maybe wanting to pull apart and break down a shade. There's one we saw early in the day that reads again. Beautiful kind of Yorkshire head, extra stoutness, really good in terms of proportions. Young ladies gilt right here is your next one. You drop that second in, and she certainly jumps into contention. Extra special gilt in terms of look and presence. There's another one out here that I guess, for lack of a better term, just looks like a dang good sow to me. She's stout about her head. She's soft and pliable through her forerib. She's really moderate in terms of her length of body. I like this young man's gilt right here to be next. We get ready to tie your fifth. Man, what a good show it's been. We're excited to get your champions back out here, get you supreme. For fifth Yorkshire, it becomes close. We think there's one that's just a little more unique in terms of her look. She's really fresh when you get on top of her. She's not as stout or long-hipped as a couple of them, but, man, she does some very neat, hard-to-do things. Young man, right here is your fifth overall.
Okay, there you have it. The champion came out of class 77. It was sired by Slay 1 TikTok 3-3. A reserve champion was the class winner in class 75. It was NCH9 Allstruck. And then our third overall was the class winner in our first class, class 74, was out of Full Circle, or sired by Full Circle, 95-1. And our fourth overall came out of our oldest class, the second place in that class, and it was King of Queens, 9-6. And then our final one was the fifth overall, came out of our first class again, our youngest class. It was the second place, and it was out of Gemstone, 9-1. So congratulations to each and every one of you, and we look forward for you guys joining in at 2:30. And until then, we'll see you at 2:30.
for Nashville.
I don't even know how, because I mean,
All right, welcome everybody back to the Purebred Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. That's 2023. Beautiful. Turned out to be a really, really beautiful afternoon here. I'm here with my co-host, Wayne Rohde. My name is Langdon Rohde.
As we want to welcome you, and it's really been a great show both days. I tell you, the judges couldn't have done a better job, and I really enjoyed working with, of course, my son Landon here, co-hosting this special event. You know, both days these judges really worked exceptionally well together. They conferred, they talked things out, and were able to make decisions at a good pace all the way through. They also, you know, just you could tell because they were having fun doing this, and you could tell as they lined up these different classes that they could put a pattern together, and you knew when you were going into that ring, you know, what they were looking for, and if you had something that would definitely fall into what they called their complete checklist.
Absolutely, Wayne, and you know, I'm going to also give a shout out to all of our volunteers and helpers out in the ring. We couldn't have done it without them to make this show run so smoothly. Our judges kind of set the pace and the tone, but the people in the ring made it happen in each and every single class, made sure gates were open, checked names off. I mean, we had 1,400 and something entries in this show here over the past 2 days, and it's just incredible what these volunteers and people that help in the ring have done to keep this show going so smoothly. And can't thank these kiddos enough for all their hard work that they've done over the past several months preparing for this show, to be at this show, because, you know, let's face it, you know, you get one shot out here in the ring, and for some of these individuals, they will be competing for the overall Supreme Champion, Reserve overall Supreme Champion, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall Purebred Breeding Gilt. And we're getting kind of everything set up in the ring. I think the first call is going to be the next few minutes to bring all your breed champions and reserve breeding champions up to the show ring here. We're excited to see kind of what happens here, but like Wayne said, we've really enjoyed our time here and hope you guys have enjoyed the ride along with us today. I'm going to let Wayne kind of talk a little bit about San Antonio over here and the scholarship opportunities that these kids have the opportunity to get as of right now.
So if some of you did not get to join us through the 2 days that we were here, just want to share some things with San Antonio. San Antonio has worked so hard to put monies together over the years. In fact, they have gotten up to in total dollars, $243 million have been generated to assist these young people that have been awarded through scholarships, grants, endowments, auctions, calf scramble programs, and show premiums. When the scholarships first started here at San Antonio, and this is all scholarships, it started in 1984, and only 15 scholarships totaling a mere $90,000 was given out. And so you can see how it has changed, and in fact, in this Junior Gilt Show, they have awarded in scholarship up to $85,000. Each of these breed champions have received a $10,000 scholarship, and so they are going to go on to compete for the Supreme. And how that works is the Supreme will receive an additional $5,000. Now, the Reserve Supreme will be named. However, what they will get is some really nice and beautiful awards. They'll receive a belt buckle and one of those nice San Antonio trophy plaques and some other goodies as well. So they're definitely going to get some really good recognition on it. Now, just to kind of remind people from the past, from last year, it was actually 2 Durocs that had won it. So the champion won the Supreme. Now that Reserve, of course, a Reserve breed champion doesn't get any scholarship money into that. So he got reserve and didn't get any. But of course, the way this works is you can get up to $20,000 total here at San Antonio. But it doesn't all have to be in the Gilt show, or it can be in any other events that they give scholarships in. It's just when you hit that ceiling of 20,000 is you're done. But you know, that they have come leaps and bounds with these scholarships over the last probably 10 years, and just done an outstanding job.
Wayne, and we can't thank San Antonio enough. Kind of going back to what you were just talking about, we had the two Durocs, one Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall last year. You know, during our lunch break, Dad and I were sitting here talking, you know, about the different breeds and what we saw, you know, being involved in livestock show and judging for so many years and evaluating livestock, especially in the swine world. You know, there was a really, really deep set of Durocs this year again, but I mean, there was a lot of different other breeds there that it'll be interesting to see how these all line up with each other, because we're like, oh, these were good, or oh my God, this is going to win it, or no, you know, and all the different breeds that we talked about. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see all these different breeds competing together and seeing how they all match up with the judges' patterns they put together, checking off all their boxes like we've talked about the past 2 days, and seeing what they come up with as their Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall. Yes, it was the Durocs last year, but could it be something else this year?
Oh, absolutely. I thought I think we both would agree that the Duroc show was extremely tough yesterday and had a great set, but there were other breeds too that were very good yesterday, very strong, and it'll be interesting. The Berkshires, that was another deep class into it. The Hampshires were good as well, and then we went into today and did those Polands and the Spots and Chester Whites and Yorkshires, and there were some really good ones into there. So it'll be interesting too, from one day to the next, how they can be, you know, how they look today, because you know, one can look exceptionally well yesterday, but that's not necessarily going to be that they'll look exactly the same today. It's just getting these pigs ready for this show again.
And for all you who are tuning in, we've talked about the kids, we've talked about the volunteers, we've talked about everybody involved in the pigs. Let's talk a little bit about our judges here. Our lead judge today, for those of you just tuning in, our lead judge is Will Hilty. He comes to us from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, and grew up in diversified livestock, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 100 crossbred sows, with his wife Callie and their daughters Kinley and Kenna. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends and attending livestock shows, and we're happy to have him here this year. Our associate judge, Mr. Drew Grinstead, comes from us from Lebanon, Indiana, and was a member of the 2010 National Champion 4-H Livestock Judging Team. Graduating from Purdue University in Agricultural Economics in 2013, and was a member of the 2012 Livestock Judging Team there. He has the opportunity to judge shows all over the coast and enjoys competitively livestock showing with his wife Callie and their 3 sons, Kipton, Kaysen, and Cannon. We want to wish both these guys the best and safe travels home, and we appreciate and have really enjoyed watching these two sort livestock together. They've worked as a team the entire time. I have a feeling that will continue in the future. kind of getting everything together out here in the ring. We're getting closer to the start time here for all of you guys who are just now joining us. The stands are starting to fill up over here. We want to welcome you to the Supreme Championship Drive in the Purebred Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Beautiful day, way to end the day off with a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of warmth, and good feelings, a lot of anticipation going into this Supreme Champion Drive. There's a lot at stake, some scholarship money for these kiddos, and you can tell each one that has been out here who's received either champion or reserve champion how much time they put into these projects, just being able to drive these animals. The presentation has been good with each and every one of them. It's just been fun to watch these kids go out there and compete. But the sportsmanship, I've noticed, has been just as equally as important. Them working together in the pens, opening gates for each other, handing each other water bottles, kicking back, cutting loose, and just enjoying the whole moment because there's a lot of memories that are made out here in these shavings. And I know in the past I was a recipient of the Supreme Champion here back in 2008, and those were some of my favorite memories, being out here and getting to meet all these young people and people my age, and that I've developed friendships over the years with that I'm still very close to this very day. So it's really cool that these kids have the same opportunity to experience those same kind of memories. And I know they'll cherish it the rest of their lives and talk about it the rest of their lives. We also want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort Podcasting for making it possible for all of us who weren't able to attend the show the past 2 days, for giving us all a front row seat to the show itself. Honestly, I would rather be watching from the podcast because in the stands you don't get to see near the angles that you do from either at home, at work, or on your phone. So I want to give a shout out to him and his crew and everybody who made it possible. And I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have getting to be a part of that today and yesterday. Looks like we're getting a lot of the committee members, swine committee members, entering the ring, have all the awards presented on these nice, beautiful tables, and getting ready to get started. Also want to give a shout out to Mr. Kevin Williams. He's been the announcer of the whole show, and he's kind of kept the flow of the show going and getting classes put in and the new classes coming up, announcing all these individuals in the top 10 and being very encouraging to these kids. And we can't thank Dr. Williams enough for what he does. He's a professor at West Texas A&M University, and we want to say thank you for him, and here he goes.
be over 6,000 volunteers here. The San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is committed to its mission of being a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, we have committed over $243 million to the youth of Texas. I'm going to congratulate all the exhibitors who've been out here the past couple days showing. And exhibitors, if y'all will help me in thanking your parents, your ag teachers, and your extension agents for all of their help and support along the way. I also want to thank our committee. These ladies and gentlemen who've been back here have been working overnight in the off season, and they're still out and about working right now for loadout, making this show happen for y'all. It's under the direction of Ms. Pat Cantu and Tina Jupi, so please give them a big round of applause. And with that, we're going to move on to our scholarship presentation. I'm excited to announce that we're going to be giving out 7 $10,000 scholarships for a total of $70,000.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give it up for our executive committee, our assistant vice presidents, all of the committee members of San Antonio who make San Antonio what it is again.
All right, everybody. They just gave out the scholarship recognition for all of our breed champions and recognized our reserve breed champions. And looks like both Will and Joe are in the ring. They're getting everything ready to go to start this Supreme Champion Drive and the Purebred Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. And once again, we can't thank these guys enough for what they've done for these kids and interacted with these kids and just spent a lot of time. And you know, just by watching them and know by their body language, they really care about each one of these kids that are out here that have showed the past 2 days, and their heart's in it for the right reasons, and this is what we need in our judges nowadays.
Absolutely, and it showed in how they performed. I mean, to go through so many different sorts that they did, they worked really hard to ensure that they got it right in their mind and were well satisfied and had no regrets how they placed each and every one of these young people.
And you know, and I'll go even a step farther, Wayne, on dealing with the kids. I was watching how they were sorting back behind us, and they spent time with each individual, whether they got pinned or went on to their own pin. They spent time to tell them about their animal, what they liked, what they would change, to help not only, you know, to let them know what was wrong with their animal, but hopefully to help educate them down the road what they need to work on, what they need to change and make better, because we're all about making these kids better.
Oh, absolutely. Since we've got just a few minutes waiting for them to set up, I thought I'd go ahead and go over the boar sires real
For all
quick
the breed champions?
of all the breed and reserve breed champions. In our Duroc category, the champion Duroc was bred by Creation, the reserve by K.A. Bomb, which was
Kaboom.
a bomb, Kaboom, but that was a Bomb Squad son. The landrace champion was Timing Right, as well as the reserve champion. In the Hampshire, it was the Top Gun was champion, the reserve was bred by Tripod. In the Berks, the champion was bred by About Time, and the reserve was fifth base 41-1. In the spots, it was Times Change, and in the reserve, it was H-Man 0 Big Bam. In the Chesters, the champion and reserve were both big screens. And the Polands was Reno Coming In Hot. And the reserve was All Due Respect. Yorkshires was a TikTok. And the reserve was All Struck. And here we are with our show.
All right, so we got the champion Duroc out there right now, and now we have the landrace coming out, followed directly by the purebred Hampshire.
Next in our lineup, our reserve champion Hampshire, exhibited by Isabella de la Garza of Eagle Pass FFA.
Next we have coming out of the gate is the champion Berkshire Gilt. Here shortly. The guys are just kind of evaluating the three that they have out there right now, talking about them. And so far, Wayne, they've been so uniformed coming out as not just their individual, you know, in their own individual breed stance, but as a whole in all the breeds, they all look very similar in kind, and that's wonderful to see from a judging standpoint.
Oh, absolutely. You can see they're correct in their motions, they're flexible in their makeup. They're very pretty design type females. You get behind them, they're track square from behind. So they've really put that pattern together as they had promised you that they would make sure all the boxes were checked.
Like we have the champion Spot just came out. Followed by the champion Chester, just came out of the gate. I do apologize, everybody. These are all our reserves coming out right now, Wayne. Yeah, these are all our reserves coming out. Man, these reserves look great. You'd almost think they're champions out here.
Wait till you see the champions.
Golly, if I think these look good, I can't wait to see what the champions look like too. And going back to that here, we talk about these are only the reserve champions, but some of these breeds, I mean, it was like flipping, splitting hairs, and they would even talked about that. And man, yeah, these are our reserve champions. Sorry, everybody who's listening and watching. These are our reserves, but man, give these kids a round of applause at home or in your car or at work, because these girls and guys work just as hard as anybody else out here, and we can't thank them enough for their accomplishment being reserve champion at a humongous purebred gilt show, if not one of the biggest purebred gilt shows out there. All right, they're sending the reserve breed champions back to the holding area. Just want to give them the recognition that all of them deserve out here in front of this very large crowd watching the Supreme Champion Drive and the Purebred Gilt Show at San Antonio. Wow, I mean, those are some good females. I'd love to have any one of those in my herd. Starting with the breed champion Duroc coming out of the gate here. He looks very good.
Yeah, she hadn't disappointed me from yesterday to today. She's still really pulled apart, very balanced, very productive.
I love her headset too.
It's hard to get one with a neck, head and neck that ties in so smoothly.
Especially in the
blade.
Duroc breed. Look, man, it almost looks like a dang Cross's head out there, man. I'm telling you, but with down ears, of course.
Of course, I love the color too.
I do too. And here we have the breed champion Landrays right here. Just came out.
Again, it follows the pattern. If you can see, really got some productiveness in it.
Now we have the breed champion Hampshire coming out. Purebred Hampshire.
The next one coming out is our champion Berkshire.
Talked about yesterday, we talked about how competitive those Durocs were, but man, class 39 where this one came out of, there was 10 really, really good Berks in that class, and we just couldn't believe how good they were.
They just looked like one uniform set of Berkshires out there. That's probably the deepest I'd seen the Berkshires in a while for a complete set.
It speaks very high quality on the breed and just in general how great these purebred Berkshires have come and continue to just grow and get better and better and better. And each breed, they continue to improve and get better, and that's what we're trying to do with this industry, make them better every day, every year, and for the future generations.
Here comes champion spot out.
Champion spot, baby. And that champion spot has a lot of structure and a lot of bone work to her, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, in class she just stood out like a sore thumb. I mean, she was just complete, kind of in her own league.
In my opinion, this spot it's just black and white. How good she was, right?
Definitely black and white.
Spotted, white, and black, whatever you want to call it. But it was definitely black and white how good she was in class and stood out. And all 5 of the ones that are out here right now, man, you could talk high on every single one of them. And next one we have coming out is our breed champion Chester here in just a second. Another really, really good breeding female here. She's a little bit smaller than some of the other ones we have out here, but man, she is just good.
Oh, yeah, she's really put together well. Got a nice forearm, nice curvature to her rear hock.
Well, and you talk about, just checking all the boxes. All these things are just gliding out there right now. Every single one of the breeds are just gliding out there in the ring. Next out of the box, we have our Poland China. And although we only had a few classes, the Poland Chinas, man, this gilt is way good, especially for her breed, and kudos to her, and just a great job showing she did. I remember watching her in the ring and just showing her way up in a couple classes. And, I mean, every one of these kids, their presentation is just flawless when it comes to the showmanship side of things. And don't get me wrong, winning a belt buckle for Grand and Reserve is great, but, I mean, any one of these kids out here right now is well worthy of winning the showmanship award. Now we have the York gilt coming out, Wayne.
Absolutely. Another really wide-chested one that really was true square to the ground on all fours. Really good substance of bone. Really good for this Yorkshire breed. Just good, broody, balanced, mother-type Yorkshire.
And before Will and Joe get on the mic here in a minute, I just want to take the time and say thank you for everybody who's tuned in, and appreciate the time we've had with you guys. And if anything, we appreciate you supporting these kids. Even though you weren't here, you were there. And I know they know that you're there watching, and that is so important. So I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting these kids, no matter where you are, whether it be state of Texas, across the entire country. Thank you for supporting these kids and being present here today, whether it be from at home, at work, in your car, wherever you may be. Thank you for being a part of this podcast with us today that Taylor Ford has put on. We're going to turn over the judges now, and we'll let them take it from here, Wayne.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, you guys, driving them, you can park them for just a minute. A few comments that I wanted to make as we wrap up. First and foremost, so I don't forget, because I've got a lot of things on my mind, and my mind gets racing when you get to this point in the show. I got to thank the crew at home. We got a pig sale coming up Saturday, and I'm here doing this. Secondly, the people in Texas, you're blessed with opportunities to show livestock more so than anywhere in the country, and maybe you take it for granted sometimes. You don't have opportunities like this everywhere. You just gave away $70,000 worth of scholarships to breed champions. And, we can all complain about things we'd maybe like to change about a show, or the lines were this long and, we had to wait or whatever. Until you've been behind the scenes of one of these, you have no idea what it takes to make it happen, from the volunteers to the leadership. And I think every good show starts with leadership. When you have good leadership at the top, good things happen below, and that trickle-down effect happens. For example, I'll just give you an example of a volunteer that picked me up this morning to bring me to the show. She picked me up at the hotel at 6:15, Said she's been here for 2.5 weeks, counting ribbons, putting rosettes together, inventorying that stuff. She's going to be up at 4 in the morning to take me to the airport. Those are volunteers. Without them, without the people behind the scenes, this doesn't happen. So we'd be amiss if we didn't put our hands together and thank those people. The last thing that I want to leave you with is, and I'm as guilty as anybody, you know, I make my living at this. This is all me and my wife do, is we raise show pigs for a living. And a lot of times, unfortunately, the success of your business is dictated by winning shows and your customers having success. So I realize if you're on in the trenches on that side, you bred these things. Trust me, I know what it goes into to make them. I know what it takes to get this point. But I feel like some of us sometimes, and I'm as guilty as anybody, we get into our cliques, we deal with our people, we deal with our show teams, we deal with our FFA chapter. Sometimes I wish we could all step back and remember where we came from. And maybe take somebody that's not as fortunate or doesn't have the same opportunities and help them. Whether it's a couple bags of shavings, a couple bags of feed, a ride to the show, you don't know what those little things that some of us that are more fortunate could provide for people could mean to them. I heard a little saying the other day, you can't fly like an eagle if you surround yourself with turkeys. What better group of people to surround your young people with, or some of the less fortunate young people, than these kids right here? You guys can fire them back up. I had the opportunity to be here, and I thought be here last year with Doug, and I thought the set of purebred gilts were absolutely phenomenal. I think when we get our breed champions back out here, I had the chance to judge at the expo this summer, and the Midwest prides themselves on purebred gilt shows and being the who's who of purebred gilts. Man, these are good. They stack up anywhere. This is as good a set of purebred gilts as I've ever got to analyze. Joe and I are in total agreement, and before I wrap things up, almost forgot Joe there. I've known who Joe is. I've seen him around, and to be honest with you, this is the first time we spent much time together. I've enjoyed the heck out of it. Joe's a sharp livestock man, needs to get more opportunities to judge shows. If you're looking for a judge in this part of the country, maybe that's off the beaten path, look Joe up. A good family man, a good livestock man. So thanks, Joe, for being here. It's been an honor to work with you. We think it comes down to a trio of gilts. And I'll be honest, you know, the Berkshire's one of them, the Spot's one, the Duroc's one. I think you could tweak each one of them in an area or two, but that's getting awfully picky. You know, if you get beat by one of them and you say, well, she wasn't good enough here, try to raise one like this. Try to breed one like that. Try to feed one like that. Try to show one like that. So they each come with their minor flaw, but they are elite livestock. When you throw it out the window that each one of them has a little area that you'd like to tweak them in a place or so, the most elite, the most memorable, the most unforgettable one, Duroc's champion.
There you have it, folks. The supreme champion of the 2023 Purebred Gilt Show was the champion Duroc. And I
have to say that's
agree.
been my favorite from yesterday as well.
Congratulations to the young lady.
I think it's going to be between the, as he said, the York and the Spot, so we'll see here.
The York?
I'm sorry, the Burke and Spot.
That's what he was talking about in his speech. You know, you had the Burke, the Chester, and the Duroc, and you know, I mean, all the breeds are very great in their character. But I agree. I think that Duroc really just stood out in that standpoint, and it'll be interesting to see what they do here. So congratulations to her. They brought the reserve breed champion out, the Duroc breed, and Will and Joe have them fired back up again. Let's see where they go from here. Wishing all these young exhibitors out here the best of luck.
Well, if you guys would park them just one more time, I promise I'll be brief. And, you know, it'll probably be very reminiscent of what Will said, but I think it's important that you hear it from me as well. And I think just he started off so great, and I'd like to do the same thing. We're a stock show family at home, and, you know, it takes a lot, as everybody in this environment knows. And we've got a good crew back home, whether it's my wife taking care of the pigs and the kids, or grandparents helping babysit. It takes a team, and you all know that. And I just wanted to give a public shout out to them and just let them know how special they are to me, and just all the work that they're doing back home and the sacrifices that they make to afford me an opportunity to come down here and work with your young people and work through your livestock. So to my wife and boys, family at home watching, I appreciate you. I know you're all watching, and I just wanted to give you a shout out there in that regard. So you know, it's been a lot of fun out here, and this atmosphere is electric. It's unmatched. It's unlike anything I've had the opportunity to step into and evaluate and work through. We've had just an awesome crew in the back. I mean, they've been great. This is a well-oiled, well-orchestrated machine. You can tell the work that they put in and how hard they work to provide such a high-quality show like that. So I think it'd be unfair if we didn't offer all these guys standing around ringside just a great big round of applause for all their efforts as well. The last person I want to give a shout out to is the man that stood out here in the ring with me. Again, as he said, you know, always knew of each other, but really just had an opportunity to work together here. And I just appreciate Will. He's a great hog mind. He's a great hog breeder. He's a true friend and a good person. And I just really am appreciative for him affording me an opportunity like this to get to come out here and judge with him. I tell you guys, you're used to it, I guess, in some regards, but for an old Indiana country boy, it's really a special opportunity. It's a bucket list item to not only come and judge at San Antonio, but judge along somebody that's so talented, such a good eye. We worked really, really well together. One more time, a great big round of applause for my friend Will Hilty. My last and final message that I want to leave you with is for the kids, and my last comment just kind of leads right into this. If you're passionate, you have a plan, you're patient, and you have faith in the good Lord above and what you're doing, there's a spot for you in this industry. If your dream is to judge a major one day, or raise a great one, or build a herd, or just work through whatever it is, we heard doctors and lawyers, there's a place for it. So if you do those things, you can do it too. I'm a walking testament of it, just with the opportunity to get out here. So chase your dreams, don't be scared of them, take risks, do things the right way, and you'll find your spot in this industry, and there's no greater place in the world to be in. As we fire these hogs back up, it's been just an incredible show. You know, we spilt the beans just a little bit earlier there in terms of the two that we like. This Duroc comes out here, and she's a special one too. So unique in terms of back shape and squareness, but still we thought it'd come down to the pair of them that we mentioned earlier in terms of the Spot and the Berkshire. I think of the pair, there's one out here that's just so tough built, so rugged, big chested, square, bold in every angle. I think she's a special one. I think she's very hard to make. The Spot's your reserve. Congratulations to him.
There you have it, folks. The Reserve Supreme Champion of the Purebred Gilt Show San Antonio is
Done.
the Spot Gilt.
Yep. No,
That is awesome.
No,
That is
Landon and I
awesome.
were talking about it. You know, was watching these things through. We talked about the three that we thought were in contentions was the Duroc, the Burke, and the Spot. as of yesterday, we thought it was the Duroc and the Burke, and of course that spot came out today. And not to take away from any of the others, because they were very good. That just comes down to your initial likes as a breeder and stuff. And so I think these guys did an outstanding job.
Well, once again, we want to thank Taylor Fort and his crew for giving us a front row seat to this stock show. And once again, my name is Landon Rohde.
And my name is Wayne Rohde.
And we've enjoyed this time together.
Thank you very much for listening, and God bless each and every one of you.
Safe travels down the road, and best of luck to you at future shows, everybody.
Thank you again.